Gotcha, Sandra.
Gee, Phil, you're incorrigible. Good morning.
Yeah, but
I feel great.
Phyllis
Thank you.
thought Phyllis is a close fourth behind us.
Well, I tell you what, I might have beat you saying my shalom, and then you beat me getting on. So, hey, Ike and Sharon are here.
Ike must have been watching the phone close, or his computer. Well, probably Sharon was. Ike was probably still snoozing. Right,
Yeah,
Sharon? There you go.
I think, yeah, Sharon's the go-getter. Hey, Davey.
Hey.
Oh, do you hear that, Ike?
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Cool.
She's the great woman behind the good man.
Yeah, Ike's the silent one that comes out with the really, and when he speaks, you listen.
Yeah. I thought Mark was taking a day off for a minute.
We all did.
Like, oh, yeah. Awesome.
Thought I missed a message last night, maybe, or something. I didn't know.
Oh, the message was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
He covered, in case you missed it, you and Davey, he covered the main covenants that are everlasting and that have a sign. He probably covered more than that, but that's what stuck with me. Like the first sign, I don't know what the first sign of the covenant between Adam and Eve, but like when the Mosaic, this covenant sign of that is the Shabbat, and the Noah covenant with the rainbow. What, Lev?
I made it to about the rainbow, and then I was just a long week. I was too tired. I'll admit it.
And he showed how they come together.
Yes.
How they all came together.
Yes. And I fell asleep. I was waiting for that final thing, and I fell asleep. But I'm going to watch it today.
Yeah, I was going to say we can watch it.
I don't usually.
Then he spoke about Sarah also, which was wonderful. The part about Sarah.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was what, Yami?
That I liked also the part of Sarah, because I've never kind of studied her. So, her role, that it was so important, a big role that Yahuwah gave her for her faith, and obedience. So
yes.
that was great. It was a great study, for sure.
Nice to see you, sweetheart.
Nice to see you.
I'm feeling so much better.
And everybody, you are feeling better?
Oh, yes.
You look
awesome.
good.
Thank you. Davies, I'm wearing it. I'm wearing it a lot. But I thought you'd see it, but you can't because anyway.
Aw, that's awesome. That makes me happy. Cool. I'm glad you like it. That's cool. And plus praise. That's all.
Hey, Phil, is it cold in Iowa?
Yeah.
I'm in. Oh, you're talking to Phil. Sorry.
29, something like this morning. So.
Well, it was colder than that here this morning. It
Was
was only 40. Yeah. It was 40. It's going to go up to 46 and then go down to 39 or something.
No, it was 29 here.
29.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys don't understand. It's horrible here in Florida. It's like 70.
Yeah, I bet it is. But you got big cockroaches there, so you can have them.
Mosquitoes will carry your car off.
Yes.
Not
They're
having
called
it yet.
they're called palmetto bugs.
Yeah, yeah, but they're still yeah. That's my only thing. Is that one time I woke up and it was like on my ceiling, and I'm like, okay, nah, but that's why you have to clean up, and yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I used to worry about like not feeling the seasoning because it doesn't get cold here, but now because I focus on scripture. I had a big long talk with like my my best friend yesterday. We had our coffee. Do you realize like who old Nick was and all that stuff in the stories where they got like the whole Saint Nicholas, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that word, but it's like
yeah, it's evil. big time.
It's hardcore evil, and it's just like
it is.
Yeah, and because he like we had a long talk, and I have open talks with all my friends, but then I showed them that stuff, and I'm like, you can even look in Wikipedia and see the same stuff, and it's so eye opening for people when you show them that, So
Hey, you all, what do you think about when prophecy said that in the end times knowledge will increase? Do you think that's also a prophecy is coming true?
Oh yeah, big
Yeah.
time. It's
Well,
all out in the open, and Hashatan's so bold, he doesn't care if you know. He doesn't have a clue. Yeah.
Well, like I watched a new Natsarim. Like I look at different stuff on YouTube and like stuff that pops up on Facebook, and it's just and they're mentioning stuff about like Serapis Christos, and even Christians are pulling out that stuff, and I'm like, yeah, and it really seems like it's that it's coming alive, that the knowledge is there, and that people are really getting it, and it's really up to them if they want to make that decision or not. Like I said, like I attended a sermon the other week, and I just listened to everything and I watched everything, and it almost feels like uncomfortable, you know what I mean? And I think when people question me about it, I open that door and they can see it in my eyes now, not that I'm just trying to believe it, but that there's really nothing else to believe, and I just noticed the difference that's made. So pretty cool.
I think the line is being drawn in the sand, so to speak, because you're either going to give it up because you know the truth, or you're going to continue to live in the illusion.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And it says in scripture that the wicked will continue to do wickedly. They will not change, even though so who knows?
Yeah. Like I miss playing bass for the building. But like, I was even listening to the lyrics in the song, and I'm, like Blessed Trinity, like different things like that. And I'm just like,
Hey.
yeah, I'm like, it makes me uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like just, yeah, I don't know.
And these really serious people that are sincere is what I'm trying to say. They think, well, let's make it the reason for the season is Jesus, but they don't realize that he wasn't born. He never asked to celebrate his birthday. He said,
Right.
Remember my death.
Yeah, I mean, they're celebrating the birthday of Nimrod and Zeus, and I don't know if I'm supposed to even say those words, but like, go on.
Yeah.
There's a video out there, the 700 Club were super Christian, and they asked the gentleman, which I forget his name,
Pat Robertson.
Yeah, and they asked him about Christmas, and he goes pagan. And they asked him about this, and he goes pagan. And he goes about this, pagan. And he says, no, it's just that they use it, they've accepted it in Christianity. But he says it's all pagan.
Then he's got a Nimrod tree in the background.
Yeah. You're talking about 700 Club, and they're saying it's pagan with a tree in the background.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because he says, well, they give this funny excuse about, they've accepted it in Christianity, but they know it's pagan, and they know he's not born on that date and everything, but they just sweep it aside like, it's no big deal,
Oh my God.
There are many ways to the Father, is what they say.
Ultimately. Yeah, but he admits it. The lady asked him about every single thing, and he goes, pagan.
I saw pagan, that video, Raul. I saw that video too. So he's sincere.
I'd like to see that. I don't watch the 700 Club, but I'd like to see that.
Well, if I find it, I'll send it to your messenger, fellas.
I don't look at Messenger. I'm sorry.
And neither does Lou. I've sent you guys stuff. Yeah, no wonder you don't look at it.
No.
All right.
He gets thousands and thousands.
Yeah, I suppose.
And so sometimes it's just easier not look at it. If that way you don't answer anybody. Nobody feels like you're ignoring them in particular. But
it'd be hard to sort through it, I'm sure. It'd be hard to sort through that, yeah.
You have my email. Davey can. Davey, you send it to me. He's got my.
Yeah, and Phyllis won't give me her email, so I'll have to just Davey, you'll have to do it. I'm not in the trusted circle of the emails, evidently.
Okay, everybody wants my email. It's Phyllis, PHYLLIS @torzone.net.
It's on the website.
I know it is. I'm just teasing her.
I know.
I was like, wait a minute. Wait a
Have
minute.
you fixed your wife's coffee yet?
Oh, I get to
Yep.
get coffee.
I
Right
did.
back.
Here you go, Phyllis.
Christian pastor admits Christmas is pagan. You see, the pagans had something called Saturnalia, and it was a time of lawlessness because all the laws were suspended. People, a bunch of singers who actually wandered the streets naked singing, and then they had orgies. When the Catholic Church came along in Italy, the Romans and others didn't want to give up their holidays, so they said, okay, we'll Christianize it. And so they said, okay, we'll say the birth of Jesus was the 25th of December. All this business about mistletoe, pagan. Christmas trees, pagan. Giving out gifts, pagan. Every bit of it is pagan. Every single bit of it is pagan. We've Christianized it all. Pagan.
Pagan.
They're all pagan.
Christian pastor. How did you look that up? So I can use that?
I put that's a short because that's not even the whole interview.
Was that
Right.
Oral Roberts himself?
Yeah, you put Oral Roberts admitting the day is pagan, and it pops right up. You know what? In my job, they had this. I guess you could call them in the message. They put everybody at work, so every time that there's a holiday, they all go on there and wish each other either birthday or this or that, right? So the day that they shared that last year, they were all saying to each other, "Merry," you know, and I copied and put the video on there. And one of the guys, why would you want to put that on this? You know, he got really mad at me.
Really?
Why did you share this on here? So I go, yeah, man, I'm just not answering ever again. I was trying to show them that there, but he didn't say that it was wrong. He didn't tell me. All he said, why would you share this on here?
Because you're costing him money.
And you're a party pooper, Raul. That's the real story.
And this was mainly all my family, so.
Hey, and you finally made Sharon smile. That's awesome. I was waiting for her smile. That's cool.
Oh.
Isn't she adorable? It's like awesome right there. Sorry, I shouldn't say it. No. Oh, there's her husband. Hey, Ike. That's awesome.
Good thing Ike's a good Joe, huh?
That's awesome.
Oh,
hello. In between.
I forgot her. What's her name?
It's time to turn.
Oh, Lottie.
Lottie.
I mean,
Say Baruch.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. That's awesome.
Shabbat Shalom, Lottie.
Hey, Lila, you want to say hi? She's shy.
Shabbat shalom.
That's awesome.
Okay. Are we muted?
No.
Oh, hey, sorry guys that we haven't been on for a while. So we just going through some stuff and life happens. So, but we're back on track now. So thank you.
Glad you are. I'm going to see what's happening with my coffee before Mark says it's time.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. I'll be right back.
And Davey, thank you for your kindness.
Thank you for yours. Love you guys. That's awesome.
Love you all. Love you too, Davey. Oh, I'm having to
Come here, Lila.
try to let go of something the other day, and I think it was just part of what Yah was putting out of what's about to come. I was in a sauna with a woman and her little girl, and I was talking about Yahuwah, and that was his name, and Yahusha, and she had a star on her necklace. Okay, we know which one. And I was talking about the word and what it says, and she had long hair, and her daughter had long hair. She said, my husband has long hair too. I said, oh, I thought the word said that they were not to have long hair and have trim their beards and all. She says, oh no. Well, as I got to talking and whatever, I always use the word, okay. I told the little girl that, oh yeah, he was Hebrew. He came from Hebrew, and the language he spoke was Hebrew. Yeah. She asked her mother, was that true? And her mother said yes. I was surprised she said yes, because they always want to say no, it's Jewish, you know. So then she picked up her star, and she was like going like this with it. And she said, well, you do know what this means, yeah? And I said, yeah, I know what it means. I didn't say anything. And she said, well, I'm Jewish. I said, okay. And about that time, she was saying, well, we got to go. Could you please turn that off?
I know.
Go to the steam room. She wanted to go to the steam room. And I said, oh, I'm going out. I'm going to the steam room anyway, so that they stayed there. But it was like she was so arrogant with pride to hold that star up and tell me who she was. You know, it's just like, I'm like, you know.
But Sharon, can I interject this?
Yes, yeah.
The Star of David is really just his initials upside down. And it's the seal that he used, so that whenever he would use his ring to make a seal, then they knew that it was from him, and nobody could break that seal except who it was meant for. It was just a ring that he used his first initial, David, and then upside down on top of it, you know. And then other people have taken it to means something pagan. I don't think that we have to paganize everything just because we see similarities between this and some other pagan practice. That's just my opinion. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm sorry if it's different from what you understand.
Well, Hashatan steals the Father's stuff all the time. So he steals the rainbow. He steals all this stuff. So
I'm not going to let him steal the rainbow, Phil.
I know that, but I'm just saying he does that all the time. So
I know
everything's opposites with him. So he takes everything and flips it upside down. That's all you got to remember. If you know want to know what he's going to do, just look at the opposite. So he's easy to figure out.
Well, I guess what I'm seeing is that this became the same thing as the cross that the Christians wear. So it wasn't that you saw the pride that was so, it just defend, back off,
I understand. Like they were using, like, you can't do this because I've got this.
Yes. And yet she thought she had the right to take and do that to me. And again, not me. She did it to Yahuwah, And
well, there was no J in Hebrew anyway, so it's not even the right name. That's what's hilarious about it.
Even Jewish, she can't
just because it's modern doesn't mean it's right. Yeah, exactly.
But again, it was a Star of David, but what I learned, it was a Star of Ra, but it's also the Seal of Solomon, is what I understood. This Seal of Solomon passed down from David.
You know what Phil said? Don't let Satan steal our signs, our symbols. Don't let it happen. He's not, I proudly use the rainbow because I don't care. It's ours. He gave it to us.
Yes. But again, we're not to do what? The second commandment, make images to.
Yes, right. I 100% agree with you. She was worshiping that thing like Christians do their. I hear you.
And she thought what was going on, that I was going to back down, which I did not. But I didn't offend in any way for what she was trying to tell me. I had to keep my mouth shut. I was like, oh. And that kind of bothered me. I had to keep my mouth shut, and that is really hard for me.
Sometimes Yahusha tells you, like the songs, like the old Kenny Rogers song said, you know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Hey Sharon, that's something I've been working on is when somebody offends me, especially when it's in regards to Yahuwah, Yahusha, just being able to say okay and being okay within yourself to being okay, because then they steal your peace. You know what I mean? And then you'll be at home laying in bed thinking about the conversation that was had in the sauna. I do this all the time, and I get unsettled in my ruach, and I ponder things too much. So, part of perfecting this love is being okay and being okay within yourself by saying okay. You know what I mean? Because that's really strong right there, Sharon. Is
It's okay.
believe it or not, they're gonna persecute what's inside of you, Yahusha. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yes, I see that now. Right.
It is not about me. It was the fact that she offended my father. Okay, and yet it's her father too. And the little girl got that connection with Hebrew. You get what I'm saying? Because she has always been told, well, it's Jewish all the way back here. No, it's Hebrew. She just, so the girl was what Yah was wanting to reach, was that she would hear that it's the truth. And so she's going to figure it out. But no, I'm not.
How old was she?
All we could do is trickle that wine on her, just a little couple drips of truth, and and say okay. That's all we can do. You know what I mean? If she's under my mom calls me Jewish, and there's a stigma attached to that title. Jew, the Germans persecuted the Jews and put them in gas chambers. So there's a stigma attached to Jew. But if you were to say Hebrew, that's a whole different person. They can't connect Hebrew to Jew. They don't have that connection. They think Jews are completely different. Hanukkah, their holidays, and the funny little hat they put on their head. And then you got Hebrews who wear robes in the desert, in the wilderness, and praying in mountains and prophets. So it's like, if you go from Jew to Hebrew, they're two different people according to them. You know what I mean? They don't know that, it went from Ibram to Hebrew to Jew. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, I get that a lot, but all we could do is just give them a little bit of wine.
I think Lottie wants to say something.
Davey, okay.
Do I hear me count to 100?
No, not today. Not today. Okay.
Davey, I know you want to speak, but I just want to say one thing to Sharon to encourage her. 14 is at that age when they start questioning things. That was perfect. Hallelujah.
So I got that from the Spirit telling me, Sharon, it wasn't what was going on there wasn't for her. It was for her daughter. And then there was great joy in me but it was like, I'm not taking offense. It's the offense they give without knowing to our Father. And I still pray for her. But it was just the point that she was wanting to take away from his name and from his Hebrew. He's Hebrew. Yahusha was Hebrew. And so she asked me, oh, what do you read? I said the Hebrew. Because the BYNB is written from what? Hebrew. So I'm like, the Hebrew. And she just looked at me. So I said, and so, see, you get what I'm saying? She was trying to bring it around to the BYBIBLE. And I'm like, I know. And so I kept using the word.
Were you?
Well, the Spirit was not having it. The Spirit was not going to have it. He says, this is not going to be her way. Yeah.
Davey, I'm sorry. I usurped when you wanted to talk. I'm through.
Oh no, I was actually going to ask everybody, when did all 12 tribes start being called Jew or Jewish? I'm curious when that started. You know what I mean? When everybody started like referring
during the Nazi.
Okay.
Wasn't it during the Nazis?
That makes sense. I was just thinking about that.
I don't know. I'll have to ask Lou, because the J didn't exist. Remember, so it had to be recently.
Yeah.
And that only includes Yehuda and Benjamin.
Yep. Yeah. I thought that was interesting because I know the other 10 tribes. Just a thought.
Because everybody else is Ephraim. We're Ephraim.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
And did they not put that sign above him that said King of the Jews?
They couldn't have. How could they? They didn't know how to make a J. They never heard of the word J.
Right. So, but that's what
wow.
The Catholic Church has. I'm sorry. The big church with a C has. I try not to bring offense to anybody, so I'll come around it another way.
Universalizers.
There you go. Thank you. I like that one.
No, I was raised Catholic. That's awesome.
I also think that sometime, like that word Jew, that they look down or they dislike the Jew, or they, comes a lot from the Catholic Church, because they don't accept that, or they turn the table around that Yahusha gave himself up. You understand? They blame the Jews for his death. Okay, so that's where a lot of that kind of hatred comes. There's pictures of the Pope with Hitler back in World War II. They were connected. Everything was connected. So just for you to understand, a lot of that hate comes from the early even teachings of the Roman Apostolic Church, let's call it like that, because they killed probably more Hebrews or Jewish, whatever you want to call, than even Hitler did through the ages. So that's mainly where that hate comes.
Hitler was just their arm.
Yeah.
A lot of people think he was Jesuit.
Could be.
But I need y'all to pray for Ike and I tomorrow. We have a young lady coming over, Shaniqua. I got to get it right because she corrected me. Shaniqua is coming over tomorrow, and that our Father, the Ruach, will speak the truth to her, because she's coming from Muslim to Christian to now understanding this, and she's just like, she just really wants to know. So anyway, pray for her to just, I got it,
Awesome.
How many are in the chat room?
31.
Nobody else?
Well, I'm one, so it's 30.
Hey, I got a vision for you guys if you want to hear it.
Yes.
I was at work, and I was with Yahusha talking, and I'm at work. I'm just a janitor taking out garbage, and for some reason, I was brought to a place that was like flat land with this giant tree in the middle of it, and it was beautiful, and it was brief, but I was just brought to this, like, I don't know, it was it's hard to think about everything that I was feeling in there, but I'm at work working, and I was taken from work to this place where this big tree was, and it was like glowing. It was beautiful. It was overpowering. took my breath away. And then I was back to work, taking out garbages and stuff. And I'm just like, wow, I'm sitting here thinking about this vision. I wrote it down and everything. And I'm just like, I can't even recall the conversation I was having with Yahusha because he's in me. So I talk with him in me. We have conversations together while I'm just in the hallway, not with my voice, my lips moving. It's like an internal conversation. And yeah, this tree, it was just giant, and it was beautiful, breathtaking. It was more or less the feeling that I was getting while being there versus what the tree actually looked like. So it was the feelings being exhibited from that vision that was overpowering. It was like, even right now, I got I got a little bit of warmth on me and feeling it right now. It takes my breath away thinking about that. But if you can imagine, like, being at work, working, and all of a sudden you're to this giant tree that's glowing, and then you go back to work. Like, you're at work, you never left work, but you were taken from your work and put back to your work to see this tree. So I don't know, whatever that means to anybody, I felt a little compelled to say that, and I felt that this morning as I was writing it down. So there you go.
Cool.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
So you were taken into the spiritual realm, into the presence of Yahusha.
Yeah, it's tingling me right now as I said it. You know, I'm a little tingled up right now. I could just feel it all. Yahusha's on me right now about that.
Hallelujah.
I asked him a little bit ago, I said, should I reveal this vision to the brothers and sisters? And I'm flooded with that feeling right now. So I just felt like I should. And there was a little bit of tree talk already this morning about the pagan Christmas trees. And then lo and behold, I'm over here, you know, yeah. Praise Yahusha, Master of all.
That was a great blessing. Thank you for sharing.
Hello, Sister Sandra. It was good to hear your voice, even if I was away. I have to let the cat in and out. He just
It's
likes
all good.
down
Hi,
here.
sister. How are you? I always love hearing you as well. I love each and every one of us.
Mhm.
Love you too. Love you too.
I love you, Sandra. Awesome.
You.
That's because we're all of Yahusha. We're love. That's what love does. It loves.
Love you.
I love you.
Phil, are you going to bring your bird over here for us to see? Oh, never mind. Forget that. Mark's here.
Hi, Casper.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
Peace, joy, and love to everybody.
Awesome.
All right, so I'm glad everybody's here. Sorry we got started late this morning. And, Scripture tells us to love one another and to be truthful to one another. And so I'll be truthful to you. I overslept this morning. I was up extremely late last night. And so I didn't get up till late. And that's why we got this late start. But we'll catch up.
Rest is awesome.
We're in Isaiah. We left off after 12. We said that, if you recall, 12 was the second coming. And so we're going into 13 now. Chapter 13 through 23 I'd like to get through that if we can, because it's all related. But it's chapter 13 through chapter 23 are prophecies about foreign nations. Okay. And it's basically Isaiah is talking about that Yahuwah has been showing the Israelite people, his people, not to put their trust and hope in foreign nations, and because they do, he's showing them that he's going to judge them, and they're going to be destroyed. So really, the entire book of Isaiah unveils the full dimension of Yahuwah's judgment and deliverance. But this in particular, 13 through 23, is about the foreign nations that his people are putting their trust and hope in. Okay? So if we can do it, let's get through those 10 chapters today. Need a reader for chapter 13, Phil. So I think it's like the day of Yahuwah, but remember what I'm saying here. Let's say, so the first nation that he's going to prophesy about here, about the destruction of, is going to be Babylon here. Okay, so it has twofold. It's the destruction, judgment of Babylon, and it's the day of Yahuwah. Okay, everybody on board? All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions before we get started? All right, Phil, let's roll.
Verse 13, verse 1, or chapter 13, verse 1, Isaiah. The message concerning Babel, which YashaYahu, son of Amat, saw. Lift up a banner on the high mountain. Raise your voice to them. Wave your hand. Let them enter the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my set-apart ones. I have also called my mighty men for my displeasure, my proudly exulting ones. The noise of the uproar in the mountains, like that of many people. A noise of uproar of rains of Gentiles gathered together. Yahuwah Sabaoth is gathering an army for battle. They are coming from a distant land, from the end of the Shamayim, even Yahuwah and his weapons of displeasure, to destroy all the Arets. Howl, for the Yom of Yahuwah is near. It comes as destruction from the Almighty. Therefore all hands go limp. Every man's heart melts, and they shall be afraid. Pangs and sorrows take hold of them. Are they in pain as of Asha in labor? They are amazed at one another, their faces aflame.
Okay, stop. Read the next one. Phil, go ahead.
Okay. See, Yom Yahuwah is coming, fierce with wrath and the heat of displeasure, to lay the Arets waste and destroy its sinners from it.
Go on.
What?
Read the next one.
Okay. For the stars of the Shamayim and their myriads do not give off their light. The sun shall be dark at its rising, and the moon shall not send out its light. And I shall punish the world for its evil, and the wrong for their crookedness, and shall put an end to the arrogance of the proud, and lay low the pride of the ruthless.
Okay, stop. All right, so as you can see, this is the day of Yahuwah. Okay, so the day of Yahuwah is near. It comes as instruction from the Almighty, so there's no doubt who's going to destroy everything here. So a lot of people say, "Oh, Yahuwah is passive. He's loving. He's not going to hurt nobody." Well, they're wrong. He's a fierce warrior, and he's going to destroy his enemies. He's going to destroy the nations that are have influenced his people and led them astray. Okay, so down here where it says in 8, they're amazed at one another, their faces are flame. What does that mean, somebody? What do you think that's talking about? Anybody? Okay, let me ask that. Okay, go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to say that people are going to be standing around. I can't believe they dropped the nuclear weapon on us, and they're going to, they're going to just burn up.
Okay, that's one, theory that this is talking about a nuclear weapon being detonated. And, we got to remember when we back up here, it says howl, for the day of Yahuwah is near. Okay, so when the day of Yahuwah comes, okay, Armageddon's over. Okay? Everybody with me on that? When the day of Yahuwah arrives, Armageddon is over. Go ahead, Sharon.
Okay.
Our faces will shine as the light as Yahusha.
Yeah, but that's not what this is talking about.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
They are amazed at one another. Their faces aflame. Their faces are burning.
Mm-hmm.
This is fierce with wrath and heat of displeasure, not heat of pleasure, but heat of displeasure. Lays the wretch waste and destroys the sinners. Okay, this is destruction. This isn't, us having immoral bodies. With me on that? Remember what I just said. After when the day of Yahuwah comes, Armageddon's over. That means it's all, lights out. It's all she wrote. Go ahead, Raul.
Could it be the ones that have heard about Yahuwah, Yahusha, but blew it away, and now they're realizing that it was all true?
Yeah, the sinners are the ones that are going to be destroyed, yes. But what I'm asking is, what does it mean that their faces are aflame and they're going to be amazed at one another because their faces are going to be aflame?
They're being gathered up and thrown into the lake of fire.
No, not yet. Okay, so that happens. Nobody's judged until the Great White Throne Judgment, which is after the millennium reign. All right. All right, everybody turn to Isaiah 24 real quick. Go to Isaiah 24. Raul, start reading 24:4 down to 6, 4, 5, and 6. Isaiah 24, 4, 5, and 6. Can't hear you, Raul.
Well, it'd be good if I turn it on. The arrest shall mourn and wither. The world shall languish and wither. The haughty people of the Aret shall languish. For the Aret has been defiled under its inhabitants, because they have transgressed the truth, changed the law, broken the everlasting covenant. Keep going.
Yeah, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. Therefore, a curse shall consume the Aret, and those who dwell in it be punished. Therefore, the inhabitants of the Aret shall be burned, and few men shall be left.
Okay, so that brings up a lot more information, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now everybody go to 2 Peter 3, page 1033. 2 Peter 3, page 1033, at least in my book. Okay, Raul, go ahead and read that. 2 Peter 3, 10, 11, and 10, 11, and 12.
Okay. But the Yom of Yahuwah shall come as a thief in the Layla, in which the Shamayim shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with intense heat, and the Aret and the works that are in it shall be burned up. Seeing all this are to be destroyed in this way, what kind of people ought you to be in the set apart behavior and reverence?
Keep going.
Looking for and hastening the coming of the Yom of Elohim, through which the Shamayim shall be destroyed, being set on fire, and the elements with intense heat. But according to
You're done. You're done. So
okay,
and the elements melt with intense heat. Okay, go back to Isaiah 13 now. So let me ask the question again now. What does that mean? They are amazed at one another and their faces are aflame. Is that a nuclear blast? Can't be, can it? The day of Yahuwah comes after Armageddon. So what? Why is their faces aflame? Because they're burning. The earth is on fire, man. The elements are melting. It's the day of Yahuwah. He's destroying his creation. When the earth burns, very few men will be left. Okay, so this is all about the day of Yahuwah. It tells us that in 6. How? For the day of Yahuwah is near. So the day of Yahuwah is not a joke. Okay, the lights go out, the fire, the earth burns, everything in it burns up, and the elements will melt. Do you understand what that means? The intense heat, elements will melt. Do we all understand what that is? This ain't a joke, man. So this is all talking about the day of Yahuwah. See on number 9, see the day of Yahuwah is coming, fierce and wrath and a heat of displeasure, to lay the earth's waste and destroy the sinners. Okay, so then it goes on and says, the stars of the Shemaim and the myriads do not give off their light. The sun shall be dark at its rising. The moon will not be its light, so light's out. The world's going to be punished for doing its evil and the crookedness and the arrogance of the proud, and lay low the pride, their pride. And look what 17 says. Go ahead and read that, Phil.
17. See,
12.
I am
12.
what?
12.
12. Okay. I shall make mortal men scarcer than fine gold, and mankind scarcer than the gold of her. So I shall. Okay, is that it?
So very few men will be left. Now, these very few men who are left, guess who are they going to be? What's going to be their job? Go ahead, Raul.
it's gonna be the Natsarim, and their job is gonna be, I guess, because I know that in the millennium reign we're supposed to teach, but really I do not know at that day what we're supposed to do. But I think it would be the Natsarim.
Wrong. Incorrect.
Okay.
Anybody else got any thoughts on it? Sandra?
Is it possibly the reapers?
No. Reapers are messengers, angels.
Okay. Can I say something else? I was gonna say regarding the fame faces of flame. I was thinking, like, Yahuwah is a flaming fire, and he makes his messengers flames of fire as well. So it's like a shocking, like the destruction is so great. Have you ever been so shocked that you see a red go up your face? It's so aflame. You can feel heat in your face. I've been to the place of prayer where
this isn't about being embarrassed. This is about getting destroyed with fire and burning up the ashes. Okay? Go to Malachi and see that when we're let out as calves out of a stall, that we're trampling on the ashes of our enemies. They have burnt up. Okay? This ain't a joke here. This is some serious stuff. You guys need to get this. Go ahead, Raul.
Could it be the bride?
No. The bride's the Natsarim. Phyllis?
I need clarification on your question, because I thought everybody was answering your question. Would you restate it, please? I broke him.
It says in 12, I shall make mortal man scarcer than fine gold, and mankind scarcer than the gold of Ophir. And when my question is, who are these men, these very few men that are going to be left, and what is their job? Okay, I wasn't talking about the flame on the face. We're done talking about that. Chance, go ahead.
Would it happen to be the 144,000?
No.
Okay.
That's the bride. Go ahead, Ike.
Would it be just man that Yah has chosen to not burn up, just a normal man?
Yes. And what's their job?
To repopulate into the 1,000-year reign.
There you go. That's it right there. So these will be very few men that Yahuwah has chosen to survive the destruction of the earth at the day of Yahuwah, and they will be the ones that will repopulate the restored earth over the millennium reign. The Natsarim is part of the first resurrection group. They will have gotten immortal bodies. We'll be immortal through the millennium reign. We will be priests and kings with Yahuwah, ruling with Yahusha during the millennium reign. Phil, go ahead.
Are these the men that 7 women will cling to one and take care of themselves, but will want them as be represented by their name or something? I'm just taking a shot. Okay.
No, that's going to happen before.
Okay, I didn't know. I couldn't. Okay, thanks.
Before Armageddon. That's going to happen before Armageddon, or maybe even during Armageddon. Okay, but before the day of Yahuwah for sure. Anybody else? All right. Is there any further questions, comments, thoughts?
Well, if it says few men left, where are the women at then to repopulate?
Well, that's including women.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's like when you say,
yeah, no, I get it.
Well, that was throwing everybody off. I was concentrating on men.
Yeah, well, I figured
I was concentrating on the women. No, I'm just kidding. I'm checking. Sorry.
Yeah, there'll be men. It's like saying mankind. Okay, mankind, humankind. That includes men and women. Obviously, it would have to. If not, they wouldn't repopulate, would they?
Right.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Come on, y'all. We've been through this a million times. Okay. Let's go ahead and go, Phil.
Apologize for that question. Okay. Verse 13. So I shall make my Shamaim tremble, and the Eret shall shake from her place in the wrath of Yahuwah, Sabaoth, and in the yom of the heat of his displeasure. And it shall be as the hunted gazelle and as the sheep that no man takes up. Every man turns on his own people, and every one flees to his own land. Whoever is found is thrust through, and every one taken falls by the sword, and their children are dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses plundered, and their wives ravished. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who do not regard silver, and as for gold, they do not delight in it. The bows dash the young to pieces, and they have no compassion on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes spare no children. And Babel, the splendor of the reigns, the comeliness of the Chaldeans' pride, shall be as when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. She shall never be inhabited, nor be settled from generation to generation, nor shall the Arabian pitch tents there, nor shepherds rest their flocks there, but wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be filled with owls, and the ostriches shall dwell there, and wild goats frolic there, and the hyenas shall cry from their citadels, and the jackals in the pleasant palaces, and her time is near to come, and her yamen are not drawn out.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now you can see here, this is talking about the day of Yahuwah, and then he backs backwards, goes backwards, bounces backwards, and starts talking about Babylon being attacked by the Medes and Babylon being overthrown, permanently destroyed. Okay, and destroyed in the day of Yahuwah. So my question to you all is, who's Babylon? Look at 19. And Babel, the splendid of reigns, the comeliness of the Chaldeans' pride shall be as when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Who's Babylon?
Well, you're saying the Madites are who are the Madites?
The Medes, you mean?
Yeah, the Madites, Madites.
Where at?
Verse 17. Madites, how do you pronounce it? Verse 17. I am stirring up the Madites.
Oh, the Medes.
The Medes.
That's the Greek.
Who are, like, what does that refer to?
Medes are Greek.
So are they who they are pronouncing here? Are we talking about like they are the ones?
This is before the day of Yahuwah now. And what he's doing, he's sending the Medes to attack Babylon. Okay, so I'm asking you, who is Babylon? Literally and spiritually. Who is it? Phyllis?
I would say the Catholic Church and her whores.
That's definitely part of it. That's definitely part of Babylon. Anybody else?
Those practicing lawlessness.
Yeah, that's
the world.
part.
It's the world. I mean, it's all the.
Yeah, that's it. It's the whole world, isn't it? It's every nation except for Israel. Spiritually, literally, it's Iran, basically. Right? Y'all know where Babel is, the city of Babel, where the Tower of Confusion was. Where's that? Where's the Tower of Babel located? Somebody.
Iran.
I thought it was
Right. It's in Iran. So Babylon is where Abraham came out of Babylon. Okay. And he left Babylon to go to Canaan. Babylon is where the Tower of Babel was. It's all in Iran. So that area around the Euphrates River there is Babylon in the ancient texts. But here in the spiritual text, okay, Babylon's the world. It's all the nations except for Israel. Okay, so this is calling for, or he's explaining, prophesying here against the foreign nations that are doing what? Why is he prophesying against these foreign nations? What is it they're doing wrong? Go ahead, Sharon.
Worshiping
Go ahead.
They're worshiping the Antichrist.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I guess we could say that. They definitely are going to be when he comes on the world stage. Anybody else? Got any thoughts? Go ahead, Sandra.
So wasn't this his displeasure against Babylon for what they had? They had let me see, during the 70 years of captivity, this is their reward for what they oppressed upon his children.
Yes. Okay, so it's Yahuwah. His anger against Babylon is because his people, they influenced his people, right? that by the influence that they did to his people, they were showing his people or teaching them to put their trust and their hope in the foreign nation rather than their Elohim. And so it drove Yahuwah to wrath, his jealousy against Babylon, because they were influencing his people to put hope in them, in their society, in their government, in their strength, rather than their Elohim. Okay? And this is what he's got against all the nations, because what do all besides Israel, what do all the nations do? What do they do?
Idolatry.
That's right, idolatry. They're all idolaters. Every single one of them are pagans. Every single one are pagans, except for YashaYahu. Can you imagine being that little tiny country in the middle of all those pagan nations that are trying to influence you?
Right. What Lou said.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
you just mentioned right now that Abraham came out of Babylon at that time, and it's funny because I was just talking yesterday to someone. She was saying, "Oh yeah, I'm Jews," and then they were getting into a debate of like, "Is Jew a race, religion, whatever?" But the reality is that when we say Jew or the Hebrew, the Ibrim, we're talking about the seed of Abraham, which Abraham came from Babylon. Is that what you just say? Like so he is technically Iraqi?
Yeah.
So we're saying that the Jews are actually like technically Arabs in a sense?
Well, they're from Babylon.
Geographically speaking.
Okay, so the Arabs are the half brothers of the Israelites. Right. They have the same father. So they came about through Abraham, so they weren't before Abraham. So but what was before them in Babylon, where Abraham, his father, lived, and Yahuwah called them out of Babylon, and he was going to make a new nation out of him, a new people, a chosen race, a treasured possession, a new nation. And that's when they began Israel.
So when someone tells you, like in your opinion, when someone asks you or tells you or you get into conversation that they claim to be from the race of the Jews,
yeah, then
what do you answer to that?
Well, they're being nearsighted, number one, because the Jews is a derogatory remark that grew out of the Yehudim. And so the tribe of Yehuda is only one tribe. There's 12 tribes. So when they say Jew, they're really are speaking of the one tribe of Yehuda, and there's 12 tribes. So you can say, no, I'm not from the tribe of Yehuda. I'm from, I'm from Ephraim or whatever tribe, right? And it would still be the same country, but it's over their head. If they're calling them Jews, they don't understand what they're even saying.
Right.
Okay, number one. And so to me, if someone says, oh, you're a Jew, I'd say, yeah, you're right. And not that I'm from the tribe of Yehuda, because maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm from one of the other 12 tribes, or maybe I'm a Gentile that's been converted. Maybe I've engrafted into Israel, okay? But you're correct by saying that I'm a Jew, because what does Yehuda mean? What's that mean? What does Yehuda mean? What's the definition of a Jew? Phyllis, go ahead.
Worshipper of Yahuwah.
Yes, worshipers of Yah. Are you a worshiper of Yah?
Yes.
Then you're a Yehuda, man. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, that J word is a huge derogatory term, lumping them all together, and instead of celebrating the fact of the 12 tribes, which will be in the millennium, the 12 gates of the set apart place. And I don't know why they would like to be called that at all, to be honest with you. But it's all part of the deception as far as I'm concerned, because it's just like labeling everybody in different sects of what, they are. So anyway,
Yeah.
because the Levites were set apart, all this stuff. It's just messing with all this. It's just, I can't believe they've allowed this to happen.
No, for sure. But and it's interesting because so like the other day, these people, they're talking about like, oh, they're calling themselves Jews as a race. So we're kind of getting into this debate, but I wanted to find out where exactly Abraham was coming from, because their reality, the geographical location, if they wanted to be like specific to what, the racial gene could be really, is like Sumerian, then you're like from that area, really.
Right. Yeah. So he started the Israelite people, the Israel nation, with Abraham. It didn't exist till he pulled Abraham out of Babylon and started that new nation. He began it. That's who started it. So when they say there's a lot of black Hebrews out there that try to tell us that they originated from Africa, and that's not true, because the nation of Israel began with Abraham, and Abraham came out of Babylon. Now, were they white Anglo-Saxons? Heck no. But they were dark-skinned people, but they didn't come out of Africa. See what I'm saying? Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Sandra.
Thanks. I was thinking, I'm agreeing to what you're saying, because in the Song of Solomon's, he was saying that my skin has been baked because of the sun. One of the scriptures in there, but yeah. I remember that to know that they are not. They came out of Babylon, and the Babylons and the Chaldeans are the same people. And I think Babylon was one of the cities that Nimrod had started.
Right.
When he had confounded it.
Right.
But YashaYahu, the word YashaYahu means to rule with all.
Right. And so there was a nation made, a chosen people that would rule with him. And when is that going to happen?
During the 7,000 millennium reign.
That's right. It's going to happen, man. It's still going to happen. When he chose a group of people as a nation for him, to worship him, to be his people, the rest of the world were pagan. So he isolated this small group of people and said, you're mine. You're going to rule with me over all of my creation. Okay. And did it work out? No. It's been nothing but chaos and confusion. It's been a big mess. Is it going to work out? You better believe it will in the millennium reign. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and that's why everybody in the know, the leaders and all, that's why they're so furious about the fact of these set apart ones. That's why they war against them. And we're told to come out of her, my people. The people he's chosen come out of Babylon and not participate in their foolishness, all their made up hokey pokey. It's unbelievably foolish what people will believe and people will follow. So definitely. That's why they're so angry and they can't do anything about it. They can kill the flesh, but they can't kill the soul. So that, only if he allows it. So they're just so furious. They won't turn, they won't go back. So it's really, it confirms everything. And that's why we have got to step out and be gentle, but be courageous and don't even let them it doesn't even give you a bit of a worry, because they can't do a thing to you unless he allows it and for his purpose. And many will be martyred for sure, but that was their purpose, to set apart that part of his plan. And many will come through the fire and not be touched. And that's part of his plan. So you must accept it. He's told me this, you accept what I give you. If I am your true Elohim, you accept your place in my kingdom. And everybody's will be different. So it's really cool. Sorry.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions, Phyllis?
I'm so excited about what Phil just said, because that's why we have to come out of her, is so we won't be burned with her.
Yeah, Abraham came out of Babylon, and now we're being called out of Babylon. But this time, Babylon's the world. It's not an isolated territory. The Chaldeans were just it was a tribe from Babylon. There were other tribes over there, just like the 12 tribes of Israel. They're all the Israel. Anybody else any comments, thoughts, or questions? Phil?
And aren't the Chaldeans the most warmongering group on the earth? That's what I have heard, that they're the most bloodthirsty, warring faction, whatever you want to call it, on earth, the Chaldeans. They love war and love conquering, which would put it into their pride. It shall be as when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. He's gonna, and they'll learn war no more after they destroy these clowns, because these clowns, all they want to do is go on conquering to conquer. And their leader, of course, is the angel in the bottomless pit, and they worship the God of forces. So it makes perfect sense. He's gonna take care of them real quick. So
That's right. Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Anybody? No? Okay. Let's go ahead and give me a reader for 14 now. Chapter 14 continues on. Now, this chapter here is mind-blowing, and y'all really need to pay attention on this one. If you don't, it's going to blow right over your head. But this chapter is all about the somebody had said it before, I think it was Sharon, but the anti-Mashiach will be destroyed in the lake of fire. Okay. So this judgment, this is all about the judgment of the king of Zor, which is what? The king of Babylon. He represents the king of Babylon. Okay. He symbolizes the king of Babylon, the sovereign of Zor. But who he really is spiritually is Satan. He's really Satan. Okay? So pay really close attention here about the anti-Mashiach, who spiritually is going to be Satan. He's going to be cut down and destroyed. Now, one other thing before we get started on this is I want to point out, especially for Yami. Is Yami there, Raul? Ted and Mom, welcome. Yami. Okay, Yami, I want to point this out for everybody, but specifically for you. Isaiah 14, verse 4 through 21 is a song of judgment. It's about the fierce wrath and anger that will befall Babylon. Okay?
4.
Verse 4 through 21.
Okay.
It's a song of judgment. It's about the fierce wrath and anger that will befall Babylon. Satan is cut down, okay? The anti-Mashiach is thrown into the lake of fire. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go through this. And then there's a twin chapter to this chapter. And I want to quick go to it, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but it's important to go to it. And that's going to be Ezekiel 28. So if you want to pre-mark that after Isaiah 14, we're going to go to the twin chapter of Isaiah 14, which is going to be Ezekiel 28. That's what I call it, the twin chapter. Okay, so don't get real excited about that. That's just Mark August labeling it. Everybody with me? Who wants to read this crazy chapter 14?
Because Yahuwah has compassion on Jacob.
Hang on a minute, please. Before we get started, Phyllis.
Yes, sir.
Darlene Phyllis. Oh, there you are. Hey, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Hey, Mark, 4 through what were the chapters? 4 through
21.
4 to
21.
21.
Thank you.
4 through 21.
Thank you.
Well, I'm real glad to see Tad and Mom, even though we can't see you. We missed you.
I just saw that too. Tad, turn on that video. There we go.
Hello, Tad.
Is that Tad? Get closer to the
Nice seeing
screen.
you,
I can't
Tad.
see your
You
face.
see, Tad fulfilled us. See, now we
Yeah.
got Ken.
He's the Tad.
He's a what?
And Mom
and
too.
And Tad can play.
Shabbat
It's
shalom.
one of our favorite songs. Ready? Phyllis
What?
rhymes with Willis. That's all I got.
What were they saying?
Lou thinks you've been studying Arlo Guthrie too much, Davey.
I love you. Sorry. That's awesome.
So I'm real excited about what we're talking about now. This is right down, and I'm so glad that I'm here to hear this reading.
Praise
Isn't that
Yahusha for you having your energy, and I am so happy because I was so worried about you. That's just so amazing. I'm so happy, so grateful. Sorry, I had to get that out. But
Thank you.
praise Yahusha.
Thank you. Well, we anybody have any particular thoughts that they want to say about this? I think this is the end times, right?
It's Hillel ben Shakar.
Hello Ben Shakar.
Hillel ben Shakar.
Hillel Ben Shakar. What does that mean?
Oh, you're going to learn it. That's what you're going to learn.
We're going to learn Hillel Ben Shakar.
Hey,
I have
Lou.
a word from Yahuwah
say hello.
to you, Phyllis.
It's awesome.
Phyllis,
I'm sorry, what?
I have a word from Yahuwah to you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper.
That's right.
Amen.
No weapon formed against you shall prosper. So be
Thank
faithful.
you. I never applied that to myself, Phil. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I have a question for Lou.
Lou?
Yep.
What was when we were reading before that Mark was mentioning that intense heat on Earth that made the faces go red? Where was that heat generating from?
You know, I think that Revelation talks about the sun scorching men in end times. And there's also a possibility that the thermonuclear weapons will be unleashed because they're already talking about using them. You know, Moscow.
But Mark, I said it was after the war, so I guess the sun is where I was also thinking like some kind of, you know how they say that the sun has these flare ups that it puts out heat, so maybe something like that.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing that's going on with Russia right now, and of course, Ukraine, the capital of Ukraine is Kyiv, and it's only 469 miles south of Moscow. And it's like the distance between Louisville and Atlanta. It's like very close.
Tad, what are you showing us?
One of Lou's tracks called "Sudden Destruction." It's it's a very good article on that very subject, and I think also it's in one of your. I know you've put it in one of your books as well, Lou, talking about that, but it's I don't remember which one at the moment. But this is a good article.
Yeah, there's
good track.
Some facial scorching going on.
And that's available for free download from tourzone.net.
Free. You can do it on.
Thank you, Tad. Thank you, Tad, for the info. I'll look it up.
You also have to notice that the nukes, or not the nukes, but like the missiles that they could put nukes on, those are going Mach 10. And then I just heard the ones in China can go Mach 20. That's insane. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm talking like a bang. You know what I mean? And nobody will see them coming. And none of the U.S. media is talking about it, which I just find really interesting. Not to scorch any fear or anything, but it's pretty serious. Phil, can't hear you.
Well, they also said that one of those missiles, once it has like 34 warheads on it that they all spread out and hit different targets with one missile.
They've been doing that since the 60s. They've got multiple warheads, as many as 12 or even 20. And they're pre-programmed to go to specific targets.
Yeah. Mach 10 or Mach 20, man, that's insane.
Yeah, Mach is about 750 miles an hour at sea level.
You're kidding.
Yeah, that's
like like Russia they literally sent out it was the other day actually, and they sent them out without any nuclear warheads on them, just to say, hey, you guys better chill.
Right.
And then yesterday China spoke up and said that they have ones that can go Mach 20, and I'm like, supersonic. That's insane. Yeah. So
that's
praying.
That's the speed of the spacecrafts that they send up. It's over 1,400 miles an hour.
And what's the speed of light?
No, not 1,400 miles an hour. 14,000 miles an hour.
That's insane.
What a Mach 1 is about 756 miles.
Is that the speed of light?
Wow.
Speed of sound.
Speed of sound.
So you're saying 7,000? So Mach 10 would be 7,000. Mach 20 would be 14,000. Right. That's insane.
Hey, Davey, it says from where they shoot it off in Russia to London, 7 minutes.
Yeah. 7
minutes. So they wouldn't even have time to get anything off the ground to try and knock it down.
Right. And that's where it's just, So I pray and I say love as much as we can.
Yeah.
That's what we got to do.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Well, I'm confused because Mark said what we were reading about was after all the destruction, after all the wars, Armageddon. Is that what he said?
Yes, that's what I understood.
I used to obsess about that stuff. I just don't think about it anymore, because it's going to happen so quick. It's like, I guess that's why I sort of felt the calling to just learn as much as I can, because it's going to be up to us, to spread the word and spread the love and, and to teach people. Right.
That's what we're doing here, folks. We're learning, and Yahusha sent us a teacher to teach us how to survive and how to help others.
I just love all of you so much. I hope you know that, and I appreciate you. It's awesome. It's cool.
I'm so excited. We've got 10 people here.
That's awesome. I thought it was 8 for a long time.
Everybody, we're ready to roll. Let's go.
We've already covered the thermonuclear part, Mark. No, I'm just kidding. Go on.
All right, Phil. You want to continue reading, Phil?
Yeah, that's fine. Or unless somebody else wants to, it doesn't matter.
All right. Anybody else wants to read? Don't be shy.
Chapter 14, verse 1. Because Yahuwah has compassion on Jacob and shall again choose Israel and give them rest in their own land, and the strangers shall join them, and they shall cling to the house of Jacob. And people shall take them and bring them to their own place, and the house of Israel shall possess them for servants and female servants in the land of Yahuwah. And they shall make captives of their captors and rule over their oppressors. And it shall be in the Yom of Yahuwah gives you rest from your sorrow and from your trouble and from the hard service in which you were made to serve. And you shall take up this proverb against the sovereign of Babel and say, how the oppressor has ceased, the gold gatherer ceased.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here we go. The sovereign of Babel, is Satan spiritually, but literally it's going to be the Antichrist. Okay, the sovereign of Zor is we talk about types and foreshadows all the time. Well, the sovereign of Zor is a foreshadow or a type of the Antichrist or the devil. Where it says here, and they shall make captives of their captors and rule over their oppressors. So we have the oppressed and the oppressor, right? So this is sounds like that they shall take them and bring them to their own place, and the house of Israel shall possess them as servants and female servants in the land of Yahuwah. That they're going to have that the house of Israel is going to have slaves of the nations, of people from the other nations during this. I don't know if it's during the reign of the anti-Mashiach or just prior to it. My guess is it's going to be during his reign. This is going to be happening. And of course, there's a lot of rumors out there and stuff and different ideologies about this, but this just say that it does hint strongly that the house of Israel will take slaves from the nations during this time period and rule over their oppressors. Or so obviously the nations have been the oppressors, and the Israelites have been the oppressed. And it's going to reverse itself in this time period. So down here in 4, that you shall take up this proverb against the servant of Babel and say how the oppressor has ceased and the gold gatherer ceased. So who do you think? And we know the oppressor is Satan, right? And the servant of Babel will be the anti-Mashiach, which is going to be Satan. He's going to possess a man. And it says how the oppressor, the anti or Satan, has ceased. The gold gatherer ceased. So who's the gold gatherer? Phyllis?
Would that be the government that requires you to turn your gold into their storehouse?
Literally, it could be. Yeah. I think I'm probably leaning more toward the spiritual answer here on this one. So,
like people that just care about gold and that's all they work for to get rich?
Yeah. Okay. So Yahuwah collects beings, okay, souls, if you will. Satan collects gold. Satan's a gold. He collects gold and silver. He collects stones and things like this, precious stones. All right, Satan does. So this is Satan. Satan's a gold gatherer. He's a gold collector. He collects gold. It has a little bit of a symbolic sense when we look at the golden statue of Nebuchadnezzar, right? Who also represented the anti-Mashiach. So the sovereign of Babel, the oppressor has ceased, the gold gatherer ceased. So what does that mean then? What's that telling us about the Antichrist or the anti-Mashiach? Sandra?
Are they the ones that would the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet? Weren't they the first two to go into the lake of fire? And then I think Satan is gathered and put into the abyss until after the 7,000 millennium reign.
Yeah. So this is saying then that the oppressor has ceased and the gold gatherer has ceased, is telling us that the anti-Mashiach is going to cease. He's going to be destroyed into the lake of fire. What does that mean? If you're thrown into the lake of fire, what does that mean? You're going to burn forever for eternity? Raul?
You cease to exist. There's no, you don't exist anymore.
Right. Non-existence. Okay. So he will be, the oppressor has ceased, the gold gatherer has ceased. So that implies that they're going to be thrown in the lake of fire. They're going to be non-existent if they don't cease. See what I'm saying? Okay, so there we have it. Up to this point, this is talking about the judgment of the king of Babylon, which is the anti-Mashiach, literally, Satan spiritually, being thrown into the lake of fire. Y'all with me on this so far? Okay, let's continue on, Phil.
Verse 5, Yahuwah has broken the staff of the wrong, the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with ceaseless blows. He who ruled the Gentiles in displeasure is persecuted, and no one restrains. All the Eretz is at rest and at peace. They shall break forth into singing. Even the cypress trees rejoice over you, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since you were cut down, no woodcutter has come up against us.
Okay, stop. Somebody explain that verse. What does that mean? All the Eretz is at rest and peace. They shall break forth in singing, because he who ruled the Gentiles in displeasure is persecuted. No one restrains them anymore. The restrainer is ceased. And the cypress trees rejoice, the cedar of Lebanon rejoice, saying, since you were cut down, Satan, Antichrist, no woodcutter has come against us. What's this saying? Are these trees actually talking? Phyllis?
I'm going to make a guess. I see this as the cypress trees being the ones who are in the right, and the cedars of Lebanon, that they're saying, since you were cut down, no woodcutter. They haven't come against the cedars, haven't come against the cypress trees. No, I'm messed up.
No, but I know what you're talking about, and that's correct. Literal, in the literal sense, you're correct. Go ahead, Raul.
Could it mean that no more idolatry, since there is no more carving of making idols, no more idolatry?
That's right. Okay, so yes, if the cypress trees represent the unrighteous or the righteous, and the cedars of Lebanon, the unrighteous people, they're not cutting down trees and making statues and bowing down to them anymore. So no woodcutter has come up against us. So nature itself is thrilled, because isn't nature weren't they cursed because of us? Wasn't the earth cursed because of us? Yeah, they were. That's why they corrupt. That's why they decay. Right? Because of us. Nature didn't do anything. But what does Yahuwah have against them? Why is he going to destroy them? They didn't do anything. It's because through his jealousy, because man has used them to create Elohims to bow down to and worship. See that? And so now they're happy because ever since the anti-Mashiach has been destroyed, the oppressor has ceased. Now nobody's carving idols out of them anymore and bowing down to them trees. And so the jealousy, the wrath of Yahuwah against them has been lifted. Everybody seeing it? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this, spiritually or literally? Davey?
Oh, no. I'm good.
David, did you have something to say?
No, I'm good. I'm listening.
Anybody? Sharon?
Yeah. Okay. Even things won't be made out of silver and gold anymore.
All adulteries.
When you say anything, what are you talking about?
Like the necklaces and the things that are, symbolizing is silver and gold, or images on anything silver and gold.
No more adultery.
No more adultery, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably apply it towards idolatry, right? Like making crosses and stuff out of wearing them around your neck and that kind of stuff. Whether or not there's going to be silver and gold in the restored earth, I would have to say yes. In the new earth, in eternal reign, I don't know if it's going to be there or not. But if you read Revelations, when it describes the new city, it's got streets of gold. So my guess is, yes, there's going to be gold in the eternal reign. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions? Phyllis?
Let's not forget all the Christmas trees millions of them cut down every year.
That's right. So what's this really saying spiritually? Is it talking about trees, do you think? Or is there another deeper meaning here? Raul?
To me, it's like he'd be doing away with all, I guess, religions, not, all the spiritual, that is not the real one. He's doing away with all the incorrect worshiping.
Yeah. Anybody else? Ike?
There will be no more oppression over the people.
Oh, so the oppressor will be cut down.
Yes.
Or we could simplify that and say Satan is cut down, cut off, right? So that's what this is really talking about spiritually. Satan is cut off, man. He's cut down to the ground, right? And we're going to see that he's cut down literally to the ground as we continue to read. Anybody else? Okay, Phil, let's go.
Verse 9, the grave from beneath is excited about you to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, all the chief ones of the Eretz. It has raised up from their thrones all the sovereigns of the Gentiles. All of them respond and say to you, have you become as weak as we? Have you become like us?
Okay, hang on. So what does that mean? The grave from beneath excited about you to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, all the chiefs and ones of the Eretz. It raised up from their thrones all the sovereigns of the Gentiles. All of them respond and say to you, have you also become as weak as we? Have you become like us? What's this telling us, man? Phil?
His power is gone. He has no more power.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because Yahusha has taken over his reign on the earth.
Yeah, but what's happened to him?
He's been thrown in the pit.
That's right. Look, the grave. And for him to be thrown into the grave, what does that mean? Phyllis?
He's become mortal and able to be destroyed?
Yeah, he's flesh. So here we see he has become flesh. So how is it that Satan has become flesh? Through the possession of the anti-Mashiach. See, he is acting like Yahuwah when he came to us in the flesh as Yahusha. So Satan is coming to us in the flesh as the anti-Mashiach. So he's flesh. If he's going to go into the grave, he must be flesh, and he's going to die. So this is the devil in the form of the anti-Mashiach. That means that his body, his fleshly body, is going to die. Because death has authority over sin. And so therefore he cannot live forever. He will die. Everybody seeing that? Now, will Satan himself die? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Oh, I want to hear your question, your answer first. But I was just want to say what's going to happen to his minions?
As far as the messengers or people?
Well, yeah. Will they become flesh and then thrown in or will the spirit of? See, I'm confused. You just confused me with what happens to Satan. I'll be quiet.
Okay, well, Satan becomes, he comes down, possesses his fleshly body. Okay, so the anti-Mashiach is Satan in flesh, just like Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated, right? He's copycat. Obviously, he's going to die, And if you have any doubt about the anti-Mashiach being Satan, you're going to find out here in a couple more verses that he is. Now, what it says here, for the chief ones of the Eretz, it stirs up the dead for you. And the chief ones of the Eretz has raised up their thrones, all these sovereigns of the Gentiles, because he ruled over them. Okay, he's the sovereign of this world. And all of them respond and say, have you become as weak as we? Because they're flesh. Have you become like us? You've become flesh, Satan? You see that? So my question to you is, when his fleshly body dies, does Satan die? Does Satan die? Tad, go ahead, brother.
I think surely not. I think this is talking about right before he's thrown into the pit and locked up for the 1,000-year reign.
Yeah, right. So his body of flesh dies. It's obvious. The anti-Mashiach, who is going to be a man of some sort, he could be a cyborg as far as we know, but in some sense of the word, he's going to be a man. And he's going to die, but Satan is not going to die with the body. So like when when the lamb was hanging on the stake and the lamb died, did Yahuwah die? Certainly not. Yahuwah just disrobed himself of his flesh, okay, and left it hanging there like a snake shedding his skin. Same thing here. The anti-Mashiach, who is going to be some sort of sense of a man, is going to die. But Satan is just going to disrobe himself of that fleshly body, right? Because Satan is a spirit creature. He's an angel. He's not going to die, at least not yet. Will he die? Absolutely, yes. So the answer to your question, Phyllis, is Satan in his spiritual form as an angel, along with all the other fallen Malachim, the other fallen angels, will be destroyed. How do we know? Because scripture says they're going to be thrown into the lake of fire, which means non-existence. So that tells us that even though Satan and the angels are immortal creatures, Yahuwah has the power to destroy them and strip them of their immortality. Just like he did Adam and Kua, to be quite frank about it. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions?
Lottie has a comment. Go ahead.
My mom, when my mom took me to a store.
No, Lottie, tell him what you told me. No angel.
Sorry.
No angel.
No angel.
Messengers, right? She's just clarifying. No angels, messengers. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, we know messengers and Malachim and demons and spirits and everything. I say words to get people that are in the chat room and are maybe watching us incognito to follow along and understand what we're saying. I don't want to leave anybody behind. There's people out there that don't know what a Malachim is.
Mm-hmm.
So don't listen to, don't hold me responsible for it and say, oh, I heard you say the Christian word. Yeah, you did. Because I'm not leaving anybody behind. You got a problem with it? Talk to Yahuwah. Anybody else? Go ahead, Ike.
Is that when, what's that scripture that the people say, oh, this is what deceived the nations? Is that around about the same area that we're talking about? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, no mind. Maybe it just I got it from another word, so sorry.
Okay. I mean, say it again, Ike. I didn't quite catch it.
There comes to a point of time when I think Satan is thrown down, and the people of the nations look at Satan and say, "Is that what deceived us?" Is that about the
Yeah.
same?
Yeah, that's right in here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's right in here. Yeah, it's the same thing. You're just saying it in a different way. It's right here. Have you become as weak as we? Have you become like?
That's in 16. It's coming up.
It's coming up.
In 16. Those that see you stare at you and ponder over you, saying, "Is this the man who made the Eretz tremble, who shook rains, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who would not open the house of the prisoners?"
Yeah,
So
and
that's
that's
it. That's right there.
house of the prisoner's Sheol, or the grave, man. Okay, so yeah, let's not jump ahead, but go ahead, Phil. If there's no other thoughts, comments, or questions, let's continue on.
Okay. Verse 11. Your arrogance has been brought down to the grave, and the sound of your stringed instruments. Take note on music right there. The maggot is spread over you, and the worms over you. How you have fallen from the Shamayim. Halil, the son of the morning. You have been cut down to the ground, you who laid low the Gentiles. For you have said in your heart, let me go up to the Shamayim. Let me raise my throne above the stars of Al. And let me sit on the mount of the meeting on the sides of the north.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
So this should leave no doubt in anybody's mind that the anti-Mashiach is Satan. Okay, this is talking about the grave. Your arrogance has been brought down to the grave. Can Satan die? No. So he's in his fleshly body who can die. So he's a man. The anti-Mashiach's going to be a man. Satan in him. How do we know that? Because it says, how have you fallen from the Shemayim? Was the anti-Mashiach in the Shemayim? No. There's no flesh in the Shemayim, just spirits. And then it says, Hillel, son of the morning. That gives specifically names him. The anti-Mashiach is being Hillel, son of the howling morning. If you put a Y in there, you go Y-E-Y-L-E-L, then it's son of the howling morning. Hillel here is Ben Shaker, son of the morning. See that? It specifically names the anti-Mashiach as Satan. That's Satan's name, is Hillel. Hillel is the name of Satan. Satan's not his name. Satan just means adversary. That means he's opposite. He's opposed, in contrast to what is righteous. Okay, that's all that means. Satan's not his name. His name is Hillel, and this specifically names the Antichrist as Hillel. Okay. You've been cut down to the ground. You were laid low. You laid low the Gentiles. In other words, you put them in their graves, killed them, put them in their grave. You have said in your heart, let me go up to the Shemayim. Let me raise my throne above the stars of all, and let me sit in the mount of meeting on the sides of the north. The north is always evil, represents evil in the Hebrew culture. Okay. So north is evil. So here we go. You should have no doubt in your mind now when it says, let me go up to the Shemayim, let me raise my throne above the stars of all. He wants to be above Yahuwah. He wants to be in control. Is there any doubt, and be honest, in anybody's mind here that the anti-Mashiach is going to be possessed by the devil? In other words, he's going to be the devil incarnated. Just like Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated, the anti-Mashiach is going to be Satan incarnated. Anybody got any doubts about that? Go ahead, Sandra.
Oh, I don't have doubts about it. I had a question regarding where he was saying, let me raise my throne above the stars of all. So I'm thinking that the stars is like an idiom for his messengers.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody else? Tad?
I just had a question about, haven't there been, and like I said, it's a straight question, haven't there been many anti-Mashiachs though? Hasn't
No.
possessed others?
Yes. Well, the anti-Mashiach spirit has been with us for a long time. Okay. Obviously, he was in the Garden of Eden, and we're going to find that out. Okay. When we get to, I believe in Isaiah or Ezekiel, we're going to find out that he was in the Garden of Eden. Okay. So the anti-Mashiach spirit is what? It's Satan. Okay. And he was with us in the Garden of Eden. He was in the Garden of Eden. So we know who was in the Garden of Eden. Well, we all know it was the serpent, right? The dragon, the devil. At least we should know that. And so through the years, he has possessed other sovereigns, like Nebuchadnezzar is a type or a foreshadow of the anti-Mashiach. And so was that other dude that came in there and made them eat pig meat and sacrificed a pig on the altar of Yahuwah. Can't think of his name right now. He was also a type or a foreshadow of the anti-Mashiach.
Was that Antiochus or Antiochus?
Yes, yeah, Antiochus, right. Okay, so forth and so on. And so, yeah, he has been. But this anti-Mashiach specifically is speaking of Satan incarnated, period. He's not possessing anyone. This is Satan. It's just like Yahusha. Is Yahuwah incarnated? Yahuwah wasn't possessing a man. He was a man. And the same thing here. You seen the difference, Ted? Specifically, this is the devil incarnated, man. It's not the devil influencing anybody or possessing anybody. It's the devil incarnated. That means robed in flesh or appearing in the flesh. That's what that means. Phyllis, go.
I feel inspired to point out in verse 16, is this the man who made the arets tremble, who shook reins? And he's talking about right here, the reins of governments. I mean, he's controlling, and no doubt he's been controlling our government. I hope somebody coming in is going to change that. But he's controlling the government and shook reins, and he's caused horrible things to be done, like through the Catholic Church and that sort of thing, and the Nazis.
Going back to this is, you guys all are familiar with this. I think at least most of you are. Hang on a minute. Let's see here now. There we go. Now y'all should be able to see it better now. Okay, so this is the beast. This is described in Revelations. This is what's been going on in the world right now, and for a long time. Is it growing? Is it getting bigger? Yeah, it absolutely is. It definitely is. But if you go to Revelations 13, it gives you a pretty good description of the beast system in 13:1 through 4. 13:1 through 4 gives us a pretty good description of what the system's going to be like when Yahusha returns. But this has been going on for a long time, since the birth of the Holy Roman Empire. Okay. So this is the beast system of control. It's not the beast as in the devil or the anti-Mashiach, but it's the beast system of control. It's his government. It's how he controls the world and rules the world. And it's a 4-tier government with the clergy, the nobility, the laity, and the mainstream media. Okay, the clergy controls the religions, the white horse and the green horse. The 4 horses of the apocalypse are represented in the first 2 tiers. The nobility, of course, the ruling class, black horse capitalism, red horse communism, the laity or the commoners struggle to try to get ahead of each other, and they struggle for power, positions, and possessions. And then this job of the mainstream media is to cause chaos, confusion, and keep everybody misinformed so nobody figures it out, what's going on. This system's been in place for a long time. It's no secret, at least for those in the know. Okay, Phyllis, that's what you were talking about, right? Okay, anybody else? Go ahead, Oz.
So here in verse 11 to 12, even 13, is he prophesizing an appointed time by saying that, well, he's pointing out a few things that caught my attention. So he say here, the maggot is spread under, no. He brought down the grave and the sounds of your string instruments. He's saying that there will be a sound, oh Hillel, son of the morning. I don't know if this is for sure, but we know that Hillel is represented by Venus, the morning star. I don't know if that's necessarily truth. Or is he appointing something to do with the Shamaim? A star in the Shamaim could be the morning star, which is represented by Venus, and a sound that it will be given because son of the morning, you have been cut down, something is falling, right? So will we be seeing something in the sky? Will we be hearing something that is pointing to that time that will make us look for these signs to know that he is coming? Like why the sound of your string instruments? I mean, I don't know if it's true. Like I heard that, he is he is the creator of art and music. I don't it's like he has that aspect in us is a part of him, right? But is he kind of like prophesizing something that physically will appear and sound in the moment that will happen, that his appearance will come?
Yeah. I don't think so. Okay. I think that's far-fetched. But there, as far as the morning star, yeah, he's called the morning star, but so is Yahusha.
So the morning star that is represented by the planet Venus, like we see it in two positions during the year. One
That
is
depends on your culture.
One is in the morning star, and then is the late afternoon star.
That depends on the culture. You know what I'm saying? Some people see it as Venus, some don't. Some see it as the sun. That's like all cultural stuff, and it's getting into paganism. And that's why I say you got to be careful not to mix it with spiritual truth. You know what I mean? Hang on a minute. I didn't really want to get off this far into a tangent on this. But let me see if I can do a quick. So in scripture, okay, the morning star is a metaphor that represents Yahusha and also the devil. Okay, so and when we look here at this, 14:12 here, where it speaks of the son of the morning, it's really not saying morning star, is it? But in the King James version, I think it does. But that's a bad translation. So in Revelations 22, Oz, we go to Revelations 22. See, I believe in the Hebrew culture, Jupiter represents Yahusha. Okay. And I don't want to get into all this astrology business, but if we look at 22:16, it says, I, Yahusha, have sent my messenger to witness to you these in the assemblies. I am the root and the offspring of Daud, the bright and morning star. You see it, Oz? So that's Yahusha saying that he's the bright and morning star. So could that represent Yahusha's return? Yeah, it's a possibility, yeah. Because there's going to be, he sees the sign of his coming is going to be like lightning from the east to the west. It's a possibility. But it also could be referencing the star, the messenger, that the three magicians followed to find baby Yahusha when he was born. So it could be in reference to that as his birth, not his coming, second coming, but yet his birth is maybe why he's saying that he's the bright and morning star. See what I'm saying? So normally we don't see stars in the morning; we see them at night. So to see it in the morning during daylight, it has to be pretty bright. You see what I'm getting at with that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yes, you're right. The morning star is a name given to Venus when it's appearing in the east just before sunrise. Okay. And but that necessarily doesn't have anything to do with scripture. And then, of course, in Job 38, we hear the term morning stars. When Yahusha created, the morning stars were jumping for joy and celebrating. And obviously, then the morning stars in Job is referencing the Malachim, the angels that watched him create everything.
Right, because they're putting the word star also, because also I will reference it as a morning star to be potentially the sun, but that's the greatest light, right? But they're actually saying, they're writing the word star.
Right. Yeah, it depends on the translation too.
Well, I guess my question was more directed towards do you see any prophetic an analogy towards something that may appear literally in physical form in the sky and in the form of sound that is giving us a kind of okay.
Just to be short, no, I don't. But where it says here, where is it? Go ahead, Sandra.
I had just noticed when you were explaining that to him, here it says that Hallel was the son of the morning. And then in Revelations 22, he said he's the bright and morning star. So there's a differentiation in those mornings. One is bright and the other one is just a morning light. So he was just like part of the first creation before he took it upon himself to fall or to go against Yahuwah. And that's why Hela means son of the morning, because he was part of the first creation. Because after he had created his first body of light, which was Yahusha, then he probably created his Malachim. And I think your verse 28 or chapter 28 in your Keska will explain how he created and how great he was and all the stones he was robed in until he decided to exalt his throne above Yahuwah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to stay on that subject, man. It's too fast, too erratic. Okay, but I'm just going to say no to that, Oz. Okay, and let's just leave it alone. Okay, go ahead, Davey.
I think it's fascinating that Hallel, which is it's Hey Yod Lamed Laben, means that we have the choice to learn from Yah. I was looking up the meanings of the letters, because I was always wondering why we never heard that, and because everything in Hebrew, every letter means something, everything, and I'm just that's so fascinating that it's pretty much we have the choice to learn from him, and the fact that he didn't, it even says, Like you can perfect your own self, or you can focus on Him. I find that fascinating. You know, when we take a stop and look at that.
Yeah, the sound of the stringed instruments. I mean, that could be like this, devil music. We hear a lot of these hard rock bands play, and look at Sweet Leaf, man. The world will love you, Sweet Leaf. Talking about marijuana, and it sure does, don't it? And there's a lot of running with the devil and all this other stuff, music. That could be what this is talking about, music that's praising and worshiping the devil. And there's a lot of it out there. Right, Phil? Phil knows that. And so anyway, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying maybe that could be what that's talking about. But where it says how you have fallen from the Shemayim, Hael, son of the morning, you have been cut down to the ground, you who laid low the Gentiles. If we go over to Revelations 12, it talks about Satan being confined to the earth. Okay, so it'd be 1203, page 1203. So Revelations 12, up around 7, Michael and his messengers fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his messengers fought, but they were not strong enough, nor was a place found for them in the heaven any longer. And the great dragon was thrown out. See that? The serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who leads all the world astray. He was thrown to the earth, and his malachim were thrown out with him. You see that? Now go back over to 14. Have you fallen from the Shemayim, Hael, son of the morning? Have you been cut down to the ground, you who laid low the Gentiles? See what I'm saying? So this is confirmation that this is talking about the devil. So this is Satan incarnated, man. Just plain and simple. The devil is confined to the earth in the last 3.5 years of the earth's existence. He's going to go crazy because he's going to find himself confined to the earth in the fleshly body. Okay? He can't go back into the Shemayim like he can now. Right now, he can go back and forth. He can go up there to the throne of Yahuwah and accuse you of being a sinner and not worthy of deliverance if he wants to. He can go up there and say, I saw such and such drinking whiskey and he got drunk. Throw him out of your kingdom. He's not worthy. He can do that right now. But when he gets thrown out and he's confined in the flesh as the anti, he can't go back and forth anymore. He's confined right here on this earth. And he gets mad and he goes nuts. The last 3.5 years of tribulation, he tears the earth apart as he's confined in his fleshly body called the anti-Mashiach. Go ahead, Sandra.
Thing. I was going to ask regarding that stringed instrument, that maybe we should not take it literally, which would take our minds to guitars and violins, that it's because an instrument can be a tool or a device that's used. And when you say stringed, it could mean his process or his tools or design that he used to mislead the world astray is more or less what it's referencing to. Brother Joseph has to put in their chat that I think the string instruments reference could be how he has influenced the earth through, he's saying through music, but I'm going to say through music to spread evil doctrines. But I would say spread any type of false teaching.
Well, maybe, but I'm not seeing the connection personally.
Oh, okay.
I mean, think about it. And doesn't Scripture tell us to worship Yahuwah with stringed instruments and with psalms and poems and singing and stringed instruments? Yeah, it does. You know, so I'm going to take it literally personally. You know, y'all can take it whatever way you want. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Davey, go ahead.
Well, I like as you sort of skip on my question, isn't it weird though that his name is Hell? Like if you say those words, like that's just what I thought was fascinating. You know what I mean? Like that it says it right there. Because if you look up the letters, his name is Hell.
So what's hell mean? I mean, is it a Hebrew word, hell? No, it's not, is it?
Well, no, it is. It's Hey Yod Lamed Lamed. So
what I'm saying. Okay, so let me ask you what hell is. What's hell?
Well, like in Hebrew, it was saying that it's like he made the wrong choice. He didn't choose to follow Yahuwah, which I found fascinating. You know what I mean? But I know we make it the name of the place, but I mean it's almost like an association thing. I just find that fascinating because because he made a choice and he chose not to follow Yah, which is the second letter in the name. You know what I mean? And I just find that fascinating that that's his name. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm just shocked. And here we call it hell. So when people say that, maybe there is some sort of like connection between the two, because I know Luke put it as Helel, but if you take the Hebrew letters and try to pronounce them English, you know, like that, it does sort of sound like hell because it's Hyll, and then like I said, the meanings of the letters like completely just say it. He had the choice. He made the choice not to follow him. You know what I mean? And maybe when people are saying go to, you know, it's like you're going in that direction. I don't know. I just find that fascinating. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got excited. Sorry. Anyway.
Well, hell just means hole. That's all it means in our language. It means hole in the ground. That's it. It doesn't mean fire. It doesn't mean all that. That word has been changed again. So that's all it means.
Okay, that's cool. I'm sorry. I just got excited.
Yeah, hell is not a word in Hebrew. Okay, it means nothing.
Okay.
The word for hell in Hebrew is Sheol.
Oh, okay.
It's Sheol. Hell really is not even an original word in the Greek either, really. In Greek, it's Hades.
Oh, you know? That's right.
So you have Sheol and Hades. And so where does hell come from? Probably, like Phil was just suggesting, the English, you know, Hell, which would just mean a hole, you know.
Okay,
to dig
cool.
A hole. And so where does this hell, the ideology of hell come in? Through Christianity, false teaching.
I was thinking that.
Mixed with paganism. So I don't see us, we can't mix Hell with hell. It really, you know, because Hell is really a proper noun where hell is not. Sandra?
Okay. Thank you.
I was just going to clarify that when you translating this Hell, it's probably the letter.
It's probably
the letter K is the I think it's the 8th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and that's how you enunciate it. Like even when you write it, it represents the letter H, and it means spent, and it has a lot of other meanings. It has the meaning of fence. It has the meaning of inner tent wall, separation, to protect, cut off from. So if you were to announce it, we wouldn't in the Latin letters. You should be saying because that's how you pronounce it. Or could represent the letter.
Oh, man, we're getting way too far off on this.
Okay,
man. We're not going to get through this stuff. Look, I'm just going to cut to the chase. It's not a Hebrew word, okay? It's a proper noun. And what that means, the Hayel, son of the morning, what it really means, the shining one or day star, okay? That's what that means. So in layman's term, this would be saying, how have you fallen, shining one, son of the dawn? That's what that's really saying. Okay, if you want to interpret it into the English. So if you say, how have you fallen, shining one, son of dawn? Okay, that's what this means, Hael. And this means nothing more and nothing less than that. So let's just move on now. Like I said, it really, a lot of times, it's actually spelled Heylel, which would mean son of the howling morning. See how it says up here, howl?
Where's that word howl?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. 13:6. See, 13:6. Howl, for the day of Yahuwah is near.
Mm-hmm.
Howl. See that? So this would be howl. Hey, El, son of the howling morning. And a lot of people say, can you imagine how Satan must have howled in the morning after he deceived Adam and Kua, and Yahuwah came down and found his love had been disrupted, and how Satan must have howled and laughed because he destroyed Satan's creation after he, beguiled Adam and Kua, how he must have howled.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Cool.
All right. So let's get off of that. Any other thoughts, comments, and questions directing back at what we've read? Okay. Let's continue on then, Phil.
Verse 14. Let me go up above the heights of the clouds. Let me be like the Most High. But you were brought down to the grave, to the sides of the pit. Those who see you stare at you and ponder over you, saying, is this the man who made the Eretz tremble, who shook the reins, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who would not open the house of his prisoners? All the sovereigns of the Gentiles, all of them, were laid in esteem, everyone in his own house. But you have been thrown from your grave like an abdominal branch, like the garment of those who are slain, thrust through with a sword, who go down to the stones of the pit, like a trampled corpse. You are not joined by them in burial, for you have destroyed your land and slain your people. Let the seed of the evildoers never be mentioned. Prepare his children for...
Hold on.
Okay.
So what do y'all think that means right there? You've been thrown down to the pit like an abominable branch, like the garment of those who are slain, thrust through with the sword, and go down to the stones of the pit like a trampled corpse. You are not joined with them in burial, for you have destroyed your land and slain your people. Let the seed of the evildoers never be mentioned. What does that mean? Seed of the evildoers. Never be mentioned. Anybody got any thoughts on that, Phyllis?
Only thing that comes to mind is that he did such evil things that he's not even worthy to be slain like an evildoer. His plot is going to be even worse because and it's so evil we're not even supposed to talk about it. The people that he's influenced to be evil, we're not even supposed to talk about them.
Yeah. Yeah, but you have been thrown from your grave like an abominable branch. It's almost like the earth regurgitates him. The earth doesn't even want him. Pretty wild, huh? So let the seed of the evildoers never be mentioned. I think this is telling us that the memory of the evil ones, the people that are destroyed, won't even be thought of. We won't even remember them. That their entire memory will be wiped out. So in the eternal reign, we won't even remember anyone that we've lost. So a lot of people say, well, that's going to kind of be a bummer in the eternal reign, and our mom ain't there, or our brother's not there, or my wife, whatever, is not there, or my child. I have to live in eternity with the thoughts of them, and I got to live the eternity without them. Well, I think this means that you're not even going to remember them. So you're not going to be suffering with their memories. Any comments, thoughts, or questions?
Yeah, it sounds like the grave open a pit and it just like consume it, right? Like no knowledge of it anymore after that.
Right. No knowledge of the devil, the anti-Mashiach, or anybody that's destroyed. Even their very memories will be wiped out. The only body that will remember them is going to be Yahuwah himself. So you're not going to be in the eternal reign going, oh, man, I wish my daughter was here with me, man. I can't stand this. The thought of her being destroyed, I don't think you're going to even remember her. Otherwise, how can eternal reign be perfect love and peace and joy, serenity, with the thought of somebody you loved being destroyed throughout eternity? Don't make any sense, does it? Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and evildoers, wrongdoers love the fact that, especially serial killers, love the fact that we have shows about them. We still talk about them. That Charles Manson even said, I love it that I've made such a mark on the world that everybody in the planet knows who I am. And so even though it's in a bad way, so this will all be, completely wiped out, and we won't even remember it, like you said, because our memories are, come up often. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, wouldn't that kind of be paying Satan some type of homage or reference if we had to remember Satan for eternity and his memory and his the history and the memory of what Satan did, and we have to remember him for eternity? In a way, he still lives through us in our memories. If that would be the case, he wouldn't be totally annihilated then, would he? No, he'd live through you, the memories of him through you. So I don't think so. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, yeah, that's why they have memorial bridges. They name buildings. They name all this stuff. They have monuments after people, so they will be remembered. So there's no way that he's going to allow us to remember all this foolishness. And so he's going to wipe that all clean. That's all going into the ground, being covered up from existence.
Yeah, I find it pretty fascinating that even the grave is going to regurgitate the anti-Mashiach out. That kind of like lets us know that he's going to his memory is definitely going to be wiped out, right? You're not even going to remember that he's in his grave. The grave's going to regurgitate him, spit him out. He's so evil, the earth don't even want him. I mean, that's amazing if you think about it. Go ahead, Davey.
That's the one thing that I disagreed for so long, that because I couldn't put my mind on it, but you guys just explained it so well that I now finally understand, like what you just said, and I really appreciate you both going through that, because that makes so much sense. You know what I mean? Because it never made sense to me, well, then what's the point if people are, they're just turning nothing? But it's just like what you just explained was perfect. So thank you very much. What I want to say. So now I agree, or now I understand. So it's awesome.
Okay, go ahead, Sandra.
I just have a question. I was wondering, with the wiping out of their memory, is it in contrast to how the blood of Yahushua wipes our slate clean? It's the same thing as wiping the slate clean. Any memory of wickedness is taken away.
Yeah, and similar, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Phyllis.
it goes along with the promise that there'll be no tears in the eternal reign. There'll be no tears, pain, or suffering. We won't be remembering things to cry about.
That's excellent, Phyllis. That's so true. Yeah, if you had a memory of your loved ones that got destroyed and went in eternal reign with you, I mean, it could cause you to weep, and there's going to be no tears. So that's a really good point. Excellent point. Anybody else? All righty, Phil. Let's move on then.
Verse 21. Prepare his children for slaughter because of the crookedness of their fathers, lest they rise up and possess the land and fill the face of the world with cities. And I shall rise up against them. Declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. And I shall cut off from Babel the name and the remnant and the offspring and the descendant, declares Yahuwah.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
so that there kind of confirms what we were just talking about, doesn't it? Y'all catching that? And I will rise up against them, declares Yahuwah, and shall cut off from Babel the name and remnant and offspring and descendant. So that kind of confirms what we're just talking about, really. Totally wipe off their memory, their descendants, their offspring, everything. Gonna be gone. Okay, now go ahead, Phil.
And 23, and I shall make it a possession for the porcupine and the marshes of muddy water, and shall sweep it with the broom of destruction, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. Yahuwah Sabaoth was sworn, saying, truly I have planned, so shall it be, and I have purposed, so it stands. To break.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here we find out that Babylon is going to be reduced to swampland and uninhabited, basically, by man. And amazingly, Yahuwah swore. He sworn and said, I as truly as I have planned it, so shall it be. And as I have purposed, so it stands. That goes along with Isaiah 46, 9 through 11, doesn't it? Y'all remember that? Any comments, or questions on this? Sandra?
I was just going to add that this, where he's reducing Babylon, this is the physical that he fulfills in, I think it's YashaYahu chapter 50, where he wipes out Babylon, the physical Babylon. He's also going to wipe out the spiritual Babylon. But when you say turn to swampland, there's a differentiation between the two as well. I was thinking about that. I don't know if I was thinking right. I'm just asking clarity.
Yeah, and marshes of muddy water, that would be swampland. And shall sweep it with the broom of destruction. This doesn't sound good, does it?
Total annihilation.
Wow. Okay, let's go, Phil.
Verse 25, to break Asher in my land and tread him down upon my mountains, and his yoke shall be removed from them, and his burden removed from their shoulders. This is the counsel that is counseled for all the Eretz, and this is the hand that is stretched out over all the nations. For Yahuwah of hosts has counseled, and who annuls it? And his hand that is stretched out, who turns it back? This is the message which came in the year that sovereign Achaz died. Do not rejoice, all you Philistines, that the rod that smote you is broken. For out of the certain serpent's roots comes forth an adder, and its offspring is a fiery flying serpent. And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down in safety. and I shall kill your roots with the scarcity of food, and it shall slay your remnant. Howl, O gate, cry, O city, melt away, all of you Philistine. For smoke shall come from the north, and there is no stranger in its ranks. And what I do, one answer, the messenger of the nation, that Yahuwah has founded Zion, and the poor of his people take refuge in it.
All right. Any comments, thoughts, or questions on any of that? Phyllis?
When he uses "O gate," that's also shows up in Psalms. Lift up your voices, O ye gates. What does gate mean? O gate.
Well, a gate is something for protection. You close the gates, you're keeping out. It's supposed to keep you from being harmed. It's a safety thing. So how, O gate, because the gate's going to be overrun. Cry, O city, your walls are going to be trampled down. The city's going to be overrun and destroyed. That's what that's basically saying.
Okay. Thank you.
For smoke shall come from the north, and there is no stranger in his ranks. This is talking about the anti-Mashiach's worldly army. See that? Remember, the north is always speaking of evil in the Hebrew culture. Anybody else, any thoughts, comments, or questions on that?
I mean, verse 29, is he referring to a dragon? It's a fiery flying serpent?
Yeah, do not rejoice, all you Philistia, that the rod that smote you is broken. So what's the rod that smote you is broken? What's that mean?
Like the beast, the government?
No. So Philistine here, the Philistines are the enemies of the Hebrew. So it say, don't rejoice. Remember, this is talking about giving warnings to the nations, okay? Which this would be a nation. That the rod that smote you is broken. So that would be Israel. Okay, for out of the serpent's roots, and that would be the devil, comes forth an adder, which is a false prophet, and its offspring is a fiery flying serpent, which would be the devil. The devil is a fiery flying serpent. The devil, a dragon, reference the devil. So this is talking of the false prophet and the devil. Is not the false prophet or religious leaders, aren't they adders? Yes, they are. They add to Yahuwah's commandments and laws and statutes. Always telling you that you got to do something that Scripture doesn't tell you have to do. Okay?
Now, when we hear here like that the smoke is coming from the north, and the north has this like symbolical appearance of like the evil comes from here. Are we technically saying the north, like the U.S., Canada, like the north of the world, like Russia's in the north, Canada, America? Like, are we like speaking of that type of language?
No, I think this is more of a figure of speech or some type of idiom or whatever, figure of speech. So when they say in Hebrew culture, when they say north, that's always the direction that evil comes from in their culture.
Okay.
Again, it is a cultural thing, It's like when they would pray, they would always face east toward the Temple Mount. So what east is always a righteous direction in the Hebrew culture. You got to remember that in the Hebrew culture, there's a whole lot less words than in Greek or Latin or in English. We have a lot more words than the Hebrew do. So since they have a lot fewer words than we do, all their words have multi-meanings, and phrases and stuff. It can mean a lot of different things depending on the context, right? So that's why I always say, especially in the Hebrew culture, context is everything. Because they use the same words to mean a lot of different things. They don't have that many words to spread around like we do. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? So here, smoke would be fire, smoke, stink, smell. You know what I mean? The anti-Mashiach coming from the north, coming from the evil. He's going to be evil and wicked. In other words, he's not going to be a good person. And there is no stranger in his ranks. That means they're all like-minded with him. They believe in what he teaches and what he represents. And his army is like-minded with him. That's what that means. See what I'm saying? Any other comments, thoughts, or questions? How about a reader for 15 then? Somebody want to give Phil a break? Tad, you want?
No.
Tad, you want to read?
Sure.
Okay, hang on a minute. Before you start, so this here then, chapter 15. See, you notice it says the message concerning Moab. So this is prophecy about the suffering to come from Moab, which it represents a nation, okay, a pagan nation other than Israel. And so it just continues on. 16 is just a continuation of it. And then 17, you see the message concerning Damascus, which is in Iraq, right? So it's just another nation. See what I'm saying? Okay, so let's go ahead and go, Ted.
The message concerning Moab. Because in the Lailah, Ar of Moab was laid waste, was silenced. Because in the Lailah, Kir of Moab was laid waste, was silenced. He has gone up to the house and Dibon, to the high places to weep. Moab is wailing over Nebo and over Medeba. On all their heads is baldness, and every beard is cut off. In their streets they shall put on sackcloth. On the tops of their houses and in their streets everyone wails, weeping bitterly.
Okay, hang on a minute. So what does all that mean? All their heads is baldness. Every beard is cut off. In their streets, they'll put on sackcloth. On the tops of their houses and in their streets, everyone wails, weeping bitterly. What's all that mean? Does that mean everybody's going to go shave their head and their beards off and run around in sackcloth? Is that what that means? Go ahead, Sandra.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking that they're crying over their idols, aren't they? And they have been destroyed, and it almost sounds, with the hair, it almost sounds like nuclear or something going on there. Or chemical.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're crying over their idols, their leaders, and everything because their judgment has been pronounced upon them. This is what this message is talking about.
Yeah, there's a lot of destruction here. But what does this mean? It's not the. I'll give you a clue. These are Hebrew idioms. Okay, it's not something we're going to take literal here. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking that these people are not people that keep the Hebrew traditions. They're just not conforming, and therefore they're in this mix of non-conforming people.
Yeah, these are the pagans, the nations. The whole thing is from 13 to 23. It's him prophesying about the nations. Go ahead, Ted.
From what I gather from it, they're ashamed of themselves. And because they're putting, whenever you see put on sackcloth or tearing their clothing, they're ashamed. They're wanting to repent, possibly knowing that they've done all this evil and wrong and not walked, the way that they were supposed to walk. So they're crying, they're weeping, and and voicing their repentance, basically.
Yeah, they've been laid waste. Okay, so there's some destruction going on here, and so yeah, these are Hebrew idioms. All their heads is baldness, and every beard's cut off. This is like degrading. It's like he was saying. It's like total humiliation or degrading, stripped of their dignity, type thing. And in the streets they shall be putting on sackcloth. This is a sign of a mourning, a repentance, or humility before Yahuwah, type thing. And so it's not that they're literally going to be cutting off their hair and beards. Okay, it's being stripped of their dignity, degraded, and they're mourning and repenting, and they have humility before Yahuwah here. Okay. But you can see up here in 1 where it says was laid waste, was silenced. Moab was laid waste, was silenced. There's been destruction brought on them. Okay. So they will be in shame, humiliation, degraded, stripped of their dignity, this type of thing. They're going to be in mourning. That's what, when they were in sackcloth and ashes, that was for mourning purposes. They were mourning the dead, they're dead. And also repentance or humility type thing, but more so mourning when there was sackcloth and ashes. These are Hebrew idioms. They mean something other than what they're saying. Okay. Again, this is a cultural language deal thing here. We can't make it. It doesn't fit into our English language. Okay, it's like trying to put a square in a round hole. Okay, ain't gonna happen. Okay, everybody with me on that? Go ahead, Yahuwah.
Something just came to me. I was reading in somewhere in scripture. It says like the man's esteem is through his beard, and the woman's esteem is through her hair. So if the hair is cut off, the woman's esteem is gone for baldness, and then the man's beard is gone. The man's esteem is gone.
That's excellent. That's kind of what I was trying to say.
Yeah. And again, context. Did I say context? Did I mention context? Oh, wait a minute. Did I say context? I forgot.
Maybe once or twice.
Oh, okay.
Did you say context? Sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Did you say eye contacts?
Yeah, that's eye contacts. I was confused. No, but listen, there's, if you read scripture too, there's, when they used to go to war and they would capture women and children, they'd bring them back as slaves, and then they would have to cut the woman hair off and shave her bald. Okay. And then she would have to work for them. And then after her hair grew back, then if the slave owner, the Hebrew, liked her, he could marry her then, but not until her hair grew back. Because she would have to live in humility and be degraded, stripped of her dignity, and be that way until her hair grew back. And then if he wanted to, he could take her as a wife.
Yeah, don't worry, Phyllis. You're already married, so it's okay.
She was mourning her father's house.
Yeah. But again, context. Listen, everybody, come on, cheer for context. Context.
That's awesome.
All right. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions? Okay, let's continue on then, Ted.
And Keshban and Alela cry out. Their voice shall be heard as far as Yahatz. Therefore the armed ones of Moab shout. His being shall tremble within him. My own heart is toward Moab. Her fugitives cry to soar like a 3-year-old heifer. For by the ascent of Lukith they go up with weeping. For in the way of Corianim they raise a cry of destruction. For the Maim of Nimrim are wastes. For the green grass has withered away. The grass fails, there is no greenness. Therefore the wealth acquired and stored up, they take away to the Wadi of the willows. For the cry has gone all around the borders of Moab, its wailing to Eglaim, and its wailing to Bir Elam. For the Maim of Deman shall be filled with blood, for I shall bring more upon Deman, lions upon him who escapes from Moab, and on the remnant of the land.
Okay. So here again, here this is all about, the prophecies against the foreign nations, because they have led Yahuwah's people astray and following after the ways of the nations. And so Isaiah is prophesying against their destruction of these foreign nations here, and in this case, Moab. And it continues on into 16. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions? Ted, let's continue through 16. It's just a continuation of 15, really.
All right. Send a lamb to the ruler of the land, from Selah to the wilderness, to the mountain of the daughter of Zion, or Zion. And it shall be like a wandering bird, a nest thrown out. So are the daughters of Moab at the fords of Arnon. Bring counsel, execute judgment. Make your shadow like Delilah in the middle of the Yom. Hide the outcasts. Do not betray him who escapes. Let my outcasts dwell with you, O Moab. Be a shelter to them from the face of the ravager. For the oppressor has met his end. Destruction has ceased. Those trampling down have perished from the land. And in kindness the throne shall be established, and one shall sit on it in truth, in the tent of Daud, judging and seeking right ruling, and speeding righteousness. We have heard of the pride of Moab, very proud, of his pride, his arrogance, and his rage. His boastings are not true. So Moab wails for Moab. Everyone wails. For the raisin cakes of Kir Kereseth, they moan. They are utterly smitten. For the fields of Keshban languish. The vine of Sibmah, The masters of the Gentiles have broken down its choice plants, which have reached to Yazir and wandered through the wilderness. Her branches are stretched out, they are gone over the sea. Therefore, I bewail the vine of Sibma with the weeping of Yazir. I water you with my tears, O Keshban and Alela, for cheers have fallen over your summer fruit and your harvest. Gladness is taken away, and joy from the orchard. In the vineyards there is no singing, nor shouting, nor treaders tread out wine in their presses. I have made their acclamations cease. Therefore, my inward parts sound like a lyre for Moab, and my inner being for Kires. And it shall be, when it is seen that Moab has wearied herself on the high place, that she shall come to her set-apart place to pray, but not be able. This is the word which Yahuwah has spoken concerning Moab since that time. But now Yahuwah has spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of a hired man, the esteem of Moab is to be despised with all its great throng, and the remnant be few, small, and weak.
Okay, thank you, Ted. All right, so there's the messenger of Moab, y'all. The message to Moab, I mean. And so I just wanted to get through Moab, and now I want to backtrack back over to 14, where I told you that we would go to the, the sister chapter of Isaiah 14. And y'all may want to mark this down, because this is a description of the anti-Mashiach. It's proof that he's going to be a man. And so it's going to be the devil manifested in the flesh, or incarnated, robed in flesh. Okay. So Isaiah 14, which we just read, and then the sister chapter to that is Ezekiel 28. So you may want to write next to that big 14 there on Isaiah 14, see Ezekiel 28, and then we'll go to Ezekiel 28. And then there at Ezekiel 28, by that big 28, you might want to write see Isaiah 14. That's what I do to try to keep things easy to reference. But give me a reader for Ezekiel 28, the sister chapter to Isaiah 14. Who wants to do that? All right, well, you volunteered to read, brother? You did?
Yeah, no problem.
Cool, man.
I was going to give Davey a chance because Davey lifted his hand last time, but I got it.
I was going to call on him, but he disappeared, brother.
Yeah.
He gone.
Okay.
He dropped off. There he is. He's coming back. Let's see if he wants to read. Hang on a minute.
I'll take the one after him.
Yeah, okay. Davey, you want to read, brother?
You said Ezekiel 28?
Okay, Ezekiel 28.
What page are you on?
5, 6, 7.
Okay.
5, 6, 7 in my book. Yours may be a page off of mine.
Oh, that's cool. I got it. And the word Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, say to the prince of Sor, thus said the master Yahweh, because your heart is lifted up, and you say, I am Al, I sit in the seat of Elohim, in the heart of the Yamin, whereas you are a man, and not Al, though you set your heart as the heart of Elohim. Look, are you wiser than Daniel? Has no secret been hidden from you? By your wisdom and your understanding, you have made riches for yourself and gathered gold and silver into your treasury.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here we go. Everything we just talked about is written right here. Right here, right in front of your eyeballs. Here it is. Okay, the word of Yahuwah says to Ezekiel, talking about the Prince of Zor, which is a type or foreshadow of the anti-Mashiach. Okay? So what's this really talking about? The anti. All right. And because your heart is lifted up and you say, I am all. I sit in the seat of Elohim in the heart of the Yamam. Okay. So what is this saying, man? This is telling us that the anti-Messiah, who is the devil incarnated, is going to sit on the throne of Yahuwah and claim to be Yahuwah and be worshipped as Yahuwah.
Wow. Yep.
So where's that written? Well, let me see if memory recalls. We want to go to Second.
I love that you know this so well. It's just awesome. I'm just grateful. Seriously. You and Liv.
Well, actually, I learned a tremendous amount by reading Lou's books. And that Fossilized Customs, I've probably read that at least 10 times. But anyway, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 would be page 1161. And verse 4 says, well, let's go to 3 and 4. Let no one deceive you in any way, because the falling away is to come first, and the man of lawlessness is to be revealed. That's the anti-Mashiach, the son of destruction, the anti-Mashiach, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worship, so that he sits as Yahuwah in the temple of Yahuwah, showing himself that he is Yahuwah. You see that? I go back to Ezekiel 28. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, because your heart is lifted up and you say, I am Yahuwah, I sit in the seat of Yahuwah in the heart of the Yamam, whereas you are a man and not all. So what? You are a man. So this is saying then that Satan has been incarnated as a man, revealed as a man, sitting on the throne of Yahuwah, claiming to be Yahuwah and worship as Yahuwah. You seeing it? Everybody got the connection there?
Wow. Yeah.
So you may want to mark that 2 Thessalonians 2. They're right there in that chapter. If you don't mind marking in your book, I mean, if you don't have to, but I do. This isn't inspired, translation. This if it says it's a translation, it cannot be inspired. That'd be an oxymoron. So since it's a translation, I don't mind marking it up. So that would be 2 Thessalonians 2. 3 and 4. I would mark that right there where it says Ezekiel 28, right there to the side. I would say C, 2 Thessalonians 2, 3, and 4. That's what I would write there. And see, then that gives you a quick reference when you're trying to find that. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here. See. See what I'm saying? To the side there. I'll highlight and I'll put see Isaiah or Ezekiel. See, right next to that, I'll say see Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. And then I can reference that real quick. And those, where all three of those come together as three witnesses, confirmation of what's going on. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to do that if you don't want to mark in your book, But I see nothing wrong with it, since this is a translation and it's not inspired. I've had people pull their hair out when I've told them that. I had one guy, I was sitting having lunch with him or coffee with him. I had met him, and I got one question for you. And I said, yeah, what's that? He says, is the King James Version inspired? And I said, no, it's not. Man, he jumped up off that table and says, I'm gone. And he stormed off out of there. That's how mad he got when I said that. He didn't even want to hear anything about what the translation was. But rest assured, I promise you, that a translation is not inspired. It cannot be. If it's a translation, it's got bias in it from whoever wrote it. Okay, it's not inspired. Now, the original text, the original Hebrew text from the original writer, from the author, the one who with the autograph, the book. Now that's inspired, and so we have to be very careful with that. Okay, but this is, and all of these are translations, so I don't mind marking them up. That's up to you. Do what you want. What do you feel like you should do? Oh, who fell now? We lost somebody. Who was it?
I'm good now. I'm back in.
Yeah, somebody else fell out too. What happened, Phil? You just dropped off or something?
No, somebody
Chris Oz is missing.
Oz, yeah.
Somebody called my phone. That's why on me. So I don't know.
Okay, yeah, Oz is on his phone too. He probably be back in a minute. Okay, so everybody's seeing now. I mean, right off the get-go here, the confirmation is so strong that the anti-Mashiach is Satan incarnated. Satan's going to be in a man's body. He's not going to be possessing a man, okay, like he did Antiochus. Okay, he said it's going to be him. It's going to be his body. Okay, he's going to have a fleshly body. He's going to be incarnated, just like Yahusha. He's a copycat, man. He's the fraudster. He's the imposter. All right. That's why you'll hear a lot of people saying he's going to come in the name of the J man, because he's just a total imposter. Tries to duplicate everything Yahuwah does. He wants to be Yahuwah. Matter of fact, he wants to be. Sorry. He wants to be above Yahuwah. That's what it says here. Because your heart is lifted up and you say, I am all. I sit in the seat of Elohim in the heart of the Yamam. But over here in Isaiah 14, remember, he said he wants to sit above the stars of Yahuwah and be above. He wants to be the boss of all the messengers, all the Malachim. That's what that's saying. He wants to rule over Yahuwah's Malachim, over his creation, over everything. He wants to be worshipped as Yahuwah and sit on the throne of Yahuwah. Is everybody seeing it? Is there any, be honest, is there anybody that's not seeing that? Sandra, go ahead.
I was just nodding to say I agree. I'm sorry my hand got in the way.
Okay.
You made it plain to me, because I was going to ask a dumb question, like, because I think in the Brit Kadashah it says that there are many anti-Mashiachs, but when you clarified that he wanted to sit above his own, then it made me realize it was Shaitan himself.
Okay. Did I mention context?
Yeah, that's why I put my hand down. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, context. Did I mention context?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, there's many anti-Mashiachs. Okay, so what does Scripture tell us is the spirit of the anti-Mashiach is? It's anyone who denies that Yahuwah came in the flesh. That's what the spirit of the anti-Mashiach is. And there's a lot of them out there denying Yahusha, aren't they? Right? A lot of people out there deny Yahusha. They say he's just a fable, fairy tale. He doesn't exist. So they're denying that Yahuwah, the creator of all things, came down in the flesh. And so they would have the anti-Mashiach spirit. Okay? And that's in context now. We can't mix that with all this other stuff. Everything has to stay in context. Did I mention context? I can't remember. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question, and I hope it's in context. When you say incarnated, that he will come incarnated, will you mean that he will go into the womb of a woman and be born? Remember that old movie, Rosemary's Baby?
Yeah, I mean, some people say that. Some people say that he hates humans so much that he doesn't want to be born of a woman. So he chooses to be born of a jackal. So he's going to come out of the womb of a jackal. That's what some people say. I can't point to any scripture that says he's going to be born of anything. None of it comes to mind. But it does seem like there's something there about that. But I just can't think of it. They even mention it. But yeah, that's an interesting thought, Ro. Go ahead, Sandra.
So wouldn't it be like when he possessed Yehuda of Kiriath to betray Yahusha? He has the power to possess a man's body, doesn't he?
Yes.
Those Malachim, his Malachim, he can do that. He remember when in the beginning the sons of men, Yahuwah looked upon the daughters of men, so they had to change their form somehow to become like a man for them daughters to go ahead and whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I lost my thought. Say that again, Sandra.
Okay, so Sis Shaitan is a Ruach also.
Oh, okay, I got it. I remember now.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not the same as Judas when he possessed Judas, because Judas was a man with his own being, with his own Ruach, when I say he's going to be incarnated, that means he's going to have his own body, and he is going to be Satan. Just you got to think of Yahusha, Yahuwah coming down, sending his body of light into Mary, and creating a body of flesh for himself, and so that the Lamb of Yahuwah was Yahuwah incarnated. That means robed in flesh or revealed in the flesh. So it wasn't Yahusha didn't come down and possess Judas and become Yahusha. See what I mean? He had his own body, dual nature. So that's what Satan's going to do. He's not going to possess anybody, but he's going to have his own body. Now, this body is going to be some type of humanoid in some sense of the word. Now, he may be part machine and part flesh. They may make his body. Maybe he won't be born of a woman or born of a jackal. Maybe they'll make him a body that's half cyborg. Maybe they'll make him a body like Bigfoot. Maybe they'll splice DNA and create some weird body for him. But Scripture strongly hints that he's going to be a man, because it says that the number of his name is a man, 666. The number 6 represents a man. And so it tells us that he's going to be a man. The number 6 in Hebrew represents a man. Why? Because man was created on the 6th day. That's why the number 6 is the number of a man. That's what it says in Revelations. That's why it says that. So you go to Revelations 13. It says, probably about 16 here. And he causes all, both small and great, and rich and poor and free and slave, to be given a mark upon the right hand on their forehead. No one would be able to buy or sell except he has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. And here's the wisdom. He who has understanding, let him calculate that the number of the beast, for it is a number of a man. See that? The number of a man. And his number 666. So the number of a man is 6. So why does the devil use, the anti-Mashiach going to use 666? He's tripling it. Okay, so he's making himself 3 times more important than any
Oh,
other
wow.
human. Okay? 3 times more important than any other human. That's why he tripled the number. Any comments, thoughts, or questions up to this point? Go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, all I was going to say, and we were talking, is that he'll come back either as a clone or AI. And 666 is 18 is bondage. So I was just making a statement.
Yeah, I missed it. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Okay. Cloning, so that an AI are going to be vessels in which he will return, because he wants his own children to come out of that too. Satan's, the fallen, the demons go into these vessels as well. So I'm saying the number 666, you add up 18, is bondage. So yeah, it's going to put them in bondage into these AIs and clones.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, his body could be, a clone or some type of AI. Absolutely, it could. Or even a clone. He could create a body for himself by cloning somebody, you know what I mean? Whatever. But as far as the 666 being 18 and representing bondage, I don't understand that. Where are you getting that from?
Just reading the word, I guess. I went back.
It's not in the word. There's no way, man. No, it's not in there. You got that from somewhere else.
No, I got it in the word.
Oh, show it to me.
Just
Where's
like
it at?
40 is a number of.
What are you talking about?
Show me where it's at, Sharon, in the word.
I will have to look it up because it's in my reading, in my time
When
with.
you find it, let me know, because I'm not aware of it. If it's there, I'd like to know about it.
Okay.
Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions? Okay. Let's continue on then. Who would we lose now? Davey, you're reading, aren't you? Who's reading?
Davey is reading.
Yeah, so I thought.
I thought we were
Davey?
reading. Are we still over in I went
Well,
back
You're in
to
Ezekiel
Yeah,
28.
we're in Ezekiel.
Oh, okay. I went back to Isaiah. Okay. So where did I leave
5,
off?
6,
I'm
5,
on-
6, 7.
yeah. So we'll start at number 5. How about that?
Yeah, you
Or-
left off at 5. Oh, wait a minute. Before you do that, I wanted to bring something up. Look at 4. By your wisdom and your understanding, you have made riches for yourself and gathered gold and silver into your treasury. You see that? So that's showing you that Satan collects gold and silver. Remember when I said that?
Oh, yeah.
So that confirms that. Everybody see that? There's confirmation that Satan's a collector of gold and silver. Yahuwah is not. Yahuwah collects humans, human souls or beings, if you will.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, let's roll, Davey.
By your great wisdom, by your trade, you have increased your riches, and your heart is lifted up because of your riches. Therefore, thus said the Master Yahweh, blessed, you have set your heart as the heart of Elohim. Therefore, see, I am bringing against you strangers, the ruthless ones of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the loveliness of your wisdom, and they shall profane your splendor. Down into the pit they shall bring you, and you shall die the death of the slain in the heart of the Yamin. Would you still say before him who slays you, I am Elohim? Whereas you are man and not Al, in the hand of him who slays you. Or in the hand of him who's... Okay, let me say that again. Would you still say before him who slays you, I am Elohim? whereas you are man and not owl in the hand of him who slays you? The death of the uncircumcised you shall die, by the hand of foreigners. For I have spoken, declares the Master Yahweh. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation for the sovereign of Sor, and you shall say to him, Thus said the Master Yahuwah, you are sealing up a pattern, complete in wisdom and perfect in lovingness.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here now you can see where in 11 it says take up lamentation for the sovereign of Sor, and this proves that the sovereign of Sor is a type or a foreshadow of Satan. It's the anti-Mashiach. Okay, so you'll see now he's going to tell you very strongly that it's Satan. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, you were sealing up a pattern, complete in wisdom and perfect in your loveliness. So this sovereign of Sor is Hashatan. All right, and you're going to get proof of it now. Real plain and simple. Go ahead, Davey.
You were in Eden, the garden of Elohim. Every precious stone was your covering, the ruby, topaz, and diamond, beryl, shoham, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald, and gold. The workmanship of your settings and mountings was prepared for you on the yom you were created. You were the anointed cherub that covered. And
okay, stop. All right, so obviously you are in Eden, the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Elohim. So who was in the Garden of Elohim?
Adam and Kwa.
And who tempted him?
El Shaddai,
the devil.
Yeah, the devil.
An old serpent, the devil.
The devil was there. So you were in Eden. So there you go. This is pointing out that the sovereign of Sor, the anti-Mashiach, is the devil. Okay, he was the cherub that covered. Satan was the angel that covered. Everybody see that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
What was he covering?
He was covering all the other angels.
Other angels.
Yeah, he was the head. He was the head angel. Satan was the number one honcho as far as the messengers go. He actually guarded the throne of Yahuwah. He was the most beautiful creation, most beautiful of all of Yahuwah's creations. He was the most beautiful Malachim. That's what it says. You're splendid, complete in wisdom and perfect in your loveliness. He was the most beautiful messenger there was, and he covered them. He was their covering. I bet none of you ever thought about that before, did you? Go ahead, Sandra.
I just had a question about these stones. Are they literally stones covering this cherub that was covering these angels, or do these stones represent personas or attributes or characters?
Well, it says the workmanship of your settings and mountings was prepared for you on the yom you were created. So obviously, he was totally protected in all forms with these emeralds and gold and all these stones by Yahuwah. It's almost kind of reminds me of the chest plate of the high priest with the emerald, the gems for the 12 tribes. That was a covering, wasn't it? So what did that represent? That represented they were protected by Yahuwah. And so I would think the same thing here, man. If it's just literal, I don't think so. I think it's more spiritual, but I could be wrong on that. Really doesn't say, does it? But the definitely the breastplate of the high priest was literal for sure. But it also had a spiritual, connection to it too. Raul, you got a question, brother? No? Okay. Anybody else? So you were the anointed cherub, or it was an angel that covered. All right. Let's continue on from there, Davey.
Cool. You were the anointed cherub that covered, and I placed you. You were on the set apart mountain of Elohim. You walked up and down in the midst of stones of fire. You were perfect in your ways from the yom you were created until unrighteousness found in you.
All right, stop. We can't go past that for sure. So here we find out, I placed you. You were on the set apart mountain of Elohim. Where's that? Walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Where was that? Would you say it's the mountain of Elohim?
Mount Horeb?
Oh,
that's my guess. But in a way, it almost sounds like Zion. Sounds like where Jerusalem was built. What was the name of that mountain that Abraham went to with Isaac? Slipping my mind.
Are you talking about Mount Moriah?
Yeah, Mount Moriah. Could be Mount Moriah. Then again, it could be Horeb or Zion, where Moses went up there and the burning bush was.
That's what I was thinking.
That's where it says Yahuwah dwelt. That was his dwelling place before they built a temple, right? So either way, Satan was there. And then look at 15. You were perfect in your ways from the day you were created. So he was perfect, beautiful, flawless. He was the most beautiful, perfect creation that Yahuwah made. Until, unrighteousness was found in you.
Disobedience, pride, anger.
What happened? If he was perfect in all his ways from the day he was created, how is it that unrighteousness was found in him? What? Doesn't that sound like a contradiction? Go ahead, Sandra.
He became lifted up and disobedient and stopped loving Yahuwah with all his heart, with all his mind, with all his being, and started wanting to be in himself. Pride. Haughty spirit goes before the fall.
Yeah. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions on that? Kind of weird, isn't it? Go ahead, Raul.
I have a thought. You mentioned real quick when they were talking about the different stones that it seemed to you it could be like the breastplate of the high priest.
Yeah.
And the breastplate of the high priest had 12 stones. This has 10 stones. Could it be mentioning like the Ephraim instead of Yehuda, and could there be any relationship there?
I don't think it's the exact representation or the original, covering. I just said it's kind of reminds me of that. Is what I said.
Okay.
I mean, you got to try to understand what's all these stones talking about. I'm just saying that's what it reminds me of. That type of covering that the high priest had with the stones. So I would guess this was some type of covering, and it says it is. Every precious stone was your covering. You see what I'm saying? It said every precious stone. So that's all. I'm just saying it reminds me of it. I really don't know the exact, what the exact definition or what it represents. I've really never studied into that real deep. Anybody got any thoughts or comments or questions on that?
So I was thinking in relationship to what Brother Raul said regarding the 10 Debarim, or the 10 covenant of love. Those are a very precious stone. They are life, everlasting life stones. Those 10 commandments is how I kind of got after he said that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I believe Scripture calls the 10 Debarim the 10 witnesses. I don't think it calls it 10 stones. But I understand what you're saying. I just don't know if I'm quite seeing that or not. But I understand what you're saying. Anybody else? Any thoughts or comments or questions? All right, Davey, let's move on, brother.
Awesome. Verse 16. By the greatness of your trade, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. So I thrust you from the mountain of Elohim, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Your heart was lifted up because of your loveliness. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I threw you in the Aritz. I laid you before sovereigns to look at you.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is confirmation of what we just read. Your heart was lifted up because of your loveliness. He was very, very beautiful, most beautiful of all the angels. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. He was very prideful, And I threw you to the Aretz. I laid you before sovereigns to look at you. And so this is telling us he threw you to the Aretz, laid you for sovereigns to look at. He's going to be incarnated. Everybody seeing that? It's exactly what we read in Isaiah 14. Let's move on, Davey.
You profane your set-apart places by your many crookednesses, by the unrighteousness of your trading. Therefore I brought forth fire from your midst. It has devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the Aretz before the eyes of all who see you. All who knew you among the peoples were astonished at you. Waste you shall be, and cease to be forever. And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face toward Sidon, and prophesy against her. And you shall say, Thus said the Master Yahweh, Yahuwah, see, I am against you to Sidon, and I shall be esteemed in your midst.
Okay,
and they
stop.
shall.
Okay, so right there at 19, it lets us know that the anti-Mashiach is going to be destroyed. Okay, and so I turn you to ashes upon the Aretz. That sounds like he's destroyed to me. If he got burned up in the fire, or maybe even in a nuclear blast or whatever, he's turned to ashes upon the Aretz. Sounds to me like he's going to be destroyed before the eyes of all who see you. All who knew you among the peoples were astonished at you, and waste you shall be and cease to be forever. Okay, so that's the end of the anti-Mashiach. If he's going to be turned to ashes, that means that he's flesh. Is the devil going to be destroyed? If his body's destroyed here, turned to ashes, his fleshly body? No. The devil himself is just going to disrobe himself of his flesh and let his flesh burn and be destroyed. The devil is not going to be destroyed. He's going to be locked up for 1,000 years till the end of the millennium reign. Then he'll be let loose for a little while. Any thoughts, comments, or questions now? Everybody see the confirmation, or why I'm calling this the sister chapter of Isaiah 14?
Yeah.
All righty. So Satan's body is going to be destroyed. I think it's pretty clear.
Well,
but Satan himself is going to be bound for 1,000 years. Go ahead, Davey.
Oh, no. I was going to say, because it says and cease to be forever. Because, I mean, that says that right there. That's awesome.
That's his body. Oh, we can even relate that to Satan too, really, can't we? Because he is going to be, but not at the same time his body. His body gets destroyed first. So Revelations 19, Revelations 19 through 21 there says, and I saw the beast and the sovereigns of the Eretz and their armies gathered together to fight him who sat on the horse and his army. That would be Yahusha and his army of Malachim. And the beast was seized, and with him the false prophet, who worked signs in his presence, by which he led astray those who received the mark of the beast, and those who worshipped his image, which would have been his body. The two were thrown alive into the lake of fire, burning with sulfur. So see, these two is telling us, because a lot of people try to teach that the false prophet's the anti-Messiah, when he's not. Obviously, there's two of them. The two were thrown alive into the lake of fire, burning with sulfur. See that? So these two then, the false prophet and the beast, the body of Satan, what they call the anti-Mashiach, is going to be thrown into the lake of fire, which is total annihilation. They're going to be gone. And both of those are fleshly. The false prophet's going to be a fleshly man. The anti-Mashiach is going to be a man and a fleshly body, or at least some type of humanoid. Some type. Everybody seeing that? Look at 21 through 3 there in Revelation. Revelations 20, 1 through 3. And I saw a messenger coming down from the heaven, having the key to the pit of the deep and a great chain in his hand. And he seized the dragon, the serpent of old, who is the devil and Shaitan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he threw him into the pit of the deep and shut him up and set a seal on him, so that he should lead the nations no more astray until the 1,000 years were ended. And after that, he has to be released for a little while. Everybody seeing that? So the devil does not die with his body. His body is turned to ashes, but Satan himself is bound up for 1,000 years and let loose after the millennium reign. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about any of that? Go ahead, Sandra.
Question: is the pit of the deep the same as the abyss?
The abyss?
Yeah. Are those the same, or is it Tartaros?
Well, in Hebrew, the abyss is the outer darkness.
Oh.
And so to me, that would mean away from Yahuwah presence. So in other words, outside of the perimeter of life, outside of Yahuwah. He's going to be chained up somewhere out there, man, away from Yahuwah, away from everything. And don't ask me how, why, or how that can be, that he can be sent outside of the perimeter of life and exist. I don't know. Maybe Yahuwah's going to put him in a bubble. I have no idea. You know what I mean? I don't even know where to begin to explain that one. But that's what abyss is. Now, Sheol is grave. But the Abits, really, we're not supposed to even talk about Sheol or the Abits, really. We shouldn't really talk about that, should we? No, we should not, really.
Why?
Because that's Yahuwah's business. That's nothing to do with us. It's like taboo in Hebrew. Shouldn't talk about it. You could bring, your words and your mouth is very powerful. You could bring destruction down on yourself by speaking of those things. And so we should not. You know what I'm saying? You say the wrong thing, you could get yourself in trouble or somebody else in trouble unintentionally, because you are very powerful. You are a God, an Elohim, whether you know it or not. You're made in the essence and the likeness of the Creator. That means you're his child, so you have his qualities and his essence in you. Humans are more powerful than they realize. And your words have a lot of power. You got to be careful. So those are two things that we shouldn't really speak of.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Comments, thoughts, or questions? No? All right, Davey, let's continue on.
Awesome. Verse 23. And I shall send pestilence upon her, and blood in her streets. And the slain shall fall in her midst by the sword against her from all sides. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah. And there shall no longer be a prickling briar or a paining thorn for the house of Yisrael, and among all who are around them who despise them. And they shall know that I am the Master Yahuwah. Thus says the Master Yahuwah, when I have gathered the house of Yisrael from the peoples among whom they are scattered, I shall be set apart in them before the eyes of the nations, and they shall dwell in their own land, which I gave to my servant Jacob. And they shall dwell safely and build houses and plant vineyards and dwell safely when I execute judgments on all those around them who despise them. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah, their Elohim.
All right. Thank you, Davey. All right, back to Isaiah now. So there you go. There's Isaiah 14 and his sister chapter, Ezekiel 28. Very powerful stuff, and how those two chapters relate to Revelations. Very powerful stuff. Okay. All right, that brings us to 17. Who wants to read that? Raul, you volunteered. Go ahead. 17.
17.
Yeah.
The message concerning Damascus. See, Damascus ceases to be a city, and it shall become a heap of ruins. The cities of Aror are forsaken. They are for flocks which shall lie down with no one to frighten. And the stronghold shall cease from Ephraim, and the rain from Damascus, and the remnant of Aram be as the esteem of the sons of Israel, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. And in that yom it shall be that the esteem of Jacob wants, and the fatness of his flesh grows lean. And it shall be as when the harvester gathers the grain and reaps the heads with his arm. And it shall be as he who gathered hearts of the grain in the valley of Rephaim, and gleaning grapes shall be left in it, like the shaking of an olive tree. 2 or 3 olives at the top of the uppermost branch, 4 or 5 in its most fruit-bearing branches, declares Yahuwah Elohim of Israel. In that yom, man shall look to his maker, and his eyes turn to the set apart one
of Israel. And he shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, and he shall not see that which his own fingers made, nor the Asherim or the sun pillars.
Okay, hang on a minute. Hold on. So what does that mean right there? He shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, and he shall not see that which his own fingers made, nor the Asherim, nor the sun pillars. What's that mean? Asherim, nor the sun pillars. What's that mean? Somebody. Go ahead, Tad.
Well, Asherim, I think we know by now are like groves of trees. Basically, when he's talking about that, he's talking about the old Christmas tree. And the sun pillars are can be anything like you would see the steeples on the circuses, or the big obelisk that's like in the very front of there in Rome.
Vatican.
Yeah, the Vatican. They have, but it's the same thing. It's all about fertility. It's all, all those pillars are all about fertility, and he says to tear them down so they won't exist after this.
Right. That's correct. So the sun pillar, the obelisk is a penis or a palace, and the Asherim you could look at the Asherim as a Christmas tree. Is an Asherim. It's the groves of trees on the high places. They go up there and do their little pagan rituals underneath these trees, especially if they could find a stump that had sprouts coming out. Boy, that was exciting, They start worshiping that like crazy, showing the new birth. But exactly, Tad. Go ahead, Phyllis.
You just said what I was going to say. I was going to add to what Tad said, that they would actually, build altars at the bottom of these trees, and that's where that's what was the ASHER.
Yeah, and then they started actually cutting them down or bringing them into their homes, and that's when Yahuwah said, "Enough's enough," and he scattered, run them out of the northern kingdom, scattered them among the earth. Once they started cutting them down and dragging them to their homes, Yahuwah said, "That enough's enough." All right, so that tells us that anybody that we see that's cutting down trees and bringing them to their home and decorating them and bowing down to these trees. Now, when you put a present under the tree, that's what they used to do. They would take presents up into the groves and they would place presents underneath these trees that they were worshiping. Okay, and so when you bring it into your home and put presents under there, when you bow down, get down on your knee to put them presents under the tree, or to remove the presents from under the tree and distribute them, you're bowing down to that tree. You're getting on your knee. And so therefore it's a form of worship. And so anybody that does this, there's a really high probability that they're Ephraim. They come from the scattered tribes and they're still practicing the pagan rituals of bringing trees into their home. Which means what? That means a lot of Christianity has origins from Ephraim. Right? Because Christianity practices bringing trees into their house, worship, and decorating it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
They're even using the Asherim practice now on the EASTER day. They've just combined it, which probably was already the same thing to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's where it definitely, sprouted from, definitely reciprocating from off of it for sure, or vice versa. Anybody else? Comments, questions about this? Ashram and sun pillars. Everybody understand what they are? Does everybody know what that steeple is on a church? You put it right on the front and you walk into the front door, you're walking underneath that sun pillar. So a steeple is a sun pillar, Why did they put it on the church? Anybody know? What's the steeple for? What's it represent? What's it doing up there? If you talk to a preacher, he'll say, "Well, how's anybody going to recognize the house of the Lord if you don't have a steeple on the house?" Is that
They're
what it is?
worshiping the sun.
Yeah, they're worshiping the sun, but what is that steeple for? What's it do? What's it on there for? Go ahead, Phyllis.
It's a sun pillar that is worshiping the sun. And I've heard a pastor tell Lou the very same thing. He asked him, "Why is there a steeple in this building?" He says, "Because if I didn't put it there, people would know it was a house of worship of the sun."
Right. But what's the purpose of the steeple? How do they use it for worship? Why is it on there? What's the truth? Okay, so here's what it is. And this goes with all sun pillars, whether it be a steeple or obelisk or whatever it is, okay? What the pagans would do is they'd all gather together on the sun's day, and they'd be there before sunrise, okay? And they'd have this steeple. And you notice how it goes to a real tiny point? It's pointed like a needle. Okay, so as soon as the sun would break the horizon and the very tip of the sun would be seen, that first light beam coming from the sun would shine over and hit the very tippity top point of that steeple. And as soon as they saw the sun light up the tip of that steeple, they'd all start screaming and crying and jumping around and cutting themselves, rolling around on the ground, worshiping the sun and going crazy. That's what that steeple's for. Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
So you mean it's a solar symbol of the sun?
Well, it detects the first rays of the sun.
Okay.
As soon as the sun hit the very tip of that thing, they go nuts. I mean, that was a big time celebration on the sun's day. That's why they made the steeple and the obelisk, so they could worship the sun. That's what they did. Go ahead, Tad.
Yeah, it sounds to me like simple. They just put it up at the highest point, that they could possibly, get to on that building or in the town. And there's and that's the thing that the first ray of light's going to hit is that highest point.
Right. Basically, and everybody go nuts. Yeah. And everybody go crazy worshiping the sun at that point. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Again, this is what the sunrise service is all about on the EASTER day. It's pretty soon we'll just be doing it all from one holiday to the next.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, when that Easter comes around, they'll be putting out signs. Come join us at the what do they call it? Morning service. What do they call it?
Sunrise service.
Yeah, sunrise service. Come join us. That's all from paganism by worshiping the sun. That's what it is. So my question to you is, should you walk underneath that sun pillar into that church? Should you? No, you should not. I wouldn't dare do it. Go to the side door or the back door if you want to go in there and witness to them. I wouldn't go underneath the steeple, because then what you're doing, you're entering into the belly or the name of the sun pillar god. You know how they say that the name of Yahuwah is a strong tower, the righteous go into it and are safe? Well, they're the same thing. That pillar is a strong tower, and those who walk into the belly of the beast are safe, from the Satan, the ruler of the world, is going to protect you in there. They believe in the same stuff. And so really, when they worship the sun, no matter what they call the sun, Jupiter or Zeus, whatever they want to call it, okay, it doesn't matter. All the names and the mythology of those gods won't hurt you because they're not real. You don't have to be afraid of them. But what you got to be aware of is who's behind the curtain. Like in the Wizard of Oz, they throw that curtain over, and there was the wizard, right? Well, you throw that curtain over, guess who's behind all those names of those sun deities? Satan, the devil. That's who is attached to those names. And that's who they're really worshiping. See what I'm saying? So the mythology can't hurt you, but who is behind that curtain can hurt you, and that's the devil. So that's why you better stay away from that stuff. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to add to that. Any other name besides the name of Yahushua HaMashiach is, worshiping Satan, whatever you want to call him.
Exactly.
Just like you said.
Satan takes any name. He goes by 1,000 names. He don't care.
Man, woman, it doesn't matter.
You ever notice that when you start telling people, especially Christians, the true name, they'll come back and they'll say, well, do you think that G-O-D is such a small G-O-D that he cares about what you call him? He'll answer to anything. That's a friggin' lie. Yahuwah only has one name. It's Yahuwah. The devil, on the other hand, don't care what you call him. He'll go by any name you want to give him. As long as you calling on him and worshiping, he don't care. So it's the devil that goes by any name and don't care what you call him, not Yahuwah. Somebody reversed that and turned that all around. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? If you're going to go out and witness to somebody for the first time or the second time or the third time, should you tell them what I just said? Nah, you should not. You'll blow them out of the water. They can't eat that. Okay, so be careful. All right, thoughts, comments, questions? If not, let's continue on, Davey.
Yeah, it's me. Verse 9. In that Yom, his strong cities became like a forsaken forest and an uppermost branch, which they left because of the children of Israel. And it shall become a ruin, because you have forsaken the Elohim of your deliverance, and have not remembered the rock of your stronghold. Therefore, you shall plant pleasant plants and set out foreign seedlings. By Yom make your plant to grow, and in the morning make your seed to flourish. But the harvest is a heap in the Yom of grief, in incurable pain. Woe to the uproar of many people who make a noise like the roar of the Yamin, and to the rushing of nations that make a rushing, like the rushing of mighty Mayim, nations
Okay,
rushing.
hang on a minute. Hold on. What's Mayim mean? Hebrew.
Water.
What's Mayim?
Waters.
Water. What's Yamam?
Day.
The roar of the Yamam.
Seas or rivers.
Seas. So seas and water, okay? All right, let's go.
Okay. Oh no, I lost where I was at.
13.
Okay, I'm going to start at 12. Woe to the uproar of many people who make a noise like the roar of the Yamin, and to the rushing of nations that make a rushing, like the rushing of mighty Mayim, nations rushing like the rushing of many Mayim. By he shall rebuke them, and they shall flee far away, and be chased like the shaft of the mountains before the wind, like whirling dust before the whirlwind.
Okay, stop. Is right there where it says like whirling dust before the whirlwind? Does everybody have a U there instead of a W? Everybody? Why is that U there instead of a W?
Because of a program Lou used to replace all the W's with a U, And then he realized some of the U's needed to be there. And so it was just an oversight. It's been corrected.
Right. Okay. So to replace a W with a U in a lot of words is okay, because the W originally was supposed to make the oo sound, right? But in this case, it was a wah. See what I'm saying? So that's just an error. So you're not going to say whirling, oorling. You know what I'm saying? Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? Just wanted to point that out. Okay. But in some cases, when that is supposed to make the oo sound, it's okay to replace that with either a U or a W would be okay, or two O's. So a W, when it was originally made, it's supposed to make the oo sound. That's why they call it W. Same sound as a U. So W is ooh. It's an extended sound of the ooh. Ooh, a little bit longer, right? And then the V in Latin was supposed to originally say ooh, make the ooh sound, okay? And so later on, when time progressed and things changed, the W, which was originally supposed to say ooh, became a wah, and the V was originally supposed to say ooh, became a v. So they changed from a vowel to a consonant. Okay? Everybody on board with that? Understand that? Okay, let's move on then.
14. At eventide, look, alarm. Before morning, it is no more. This is the portion of those who plunder us, and the lot of those who rob us.
Thank you, Raul. Any comments, thoughts, or questions, man, on 17 or up to this point? Give me a reader. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Just questioning the use of eventide here. Is that would that be like at the end of everything when it's all over? Or is it just for that day and before morning? So when it's all over and then morning comes and it's all done.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. Yeah, evening tide. At evening tide, but the tides change, right? When the sun comes up or it becomes evening, the moon's full or whatever, the tides change. Okay, so at evening tide, look, an alarm goes off. Before morning, it is no more. So before the morning comes, it's all she wrote, man. They're gone. They're wiped out. This is a portion of those who plunder us, which is the nations, and a lot of those who rob us, which are the nations. Okay? Remember what I said about all this, right? This is all prophecies about foreign nations and the destruction of them, because they influenced Yahuwah's people and led them astray with all their paganism. Okay? Comments, thoughts, questions? Give me a reader, man. 18. Ike, you want to read?
Okay. Woe to the land shadowed with whirling winds, which is beyond the rivers of Cush, which sends every invoice by sea, even in the vessels of reed on the mail, saying, Go, swift messengers, to a nation tall and smooth skinned, to a people dreaded from their being. Onward, a nation mighty and trampling, whose land the rivers divide. All inhabitants of the world, and you that dwell in their wrecks, when a banner is lifted up on the mountains, look, and when a ram's horn is blown, hear. For thus Yahuwah said to me, I am still, and I watch in my dwelling place like a dazzling heat in sunshine, like a cloud of dew in the heat of the harvest. For before harvest, When the bud is perfect, and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, then he shall cut off the twigs with pruning hooks, and shall cut down and take away the spreading branches. They are left together for the mountain birds of prey, and for the beasts of the earths. And the birds of prey shall summer on them, and all the beasts of the earths winter on them. In time a present shall be brought to Yahuwah of hosts, the people tall and smooth skinned, and from a people awesome from their beginning onward, a nation mighty and trampling, whose land the rivers had divided, to the place of the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, to Mount Zion.
Okay, thanks, Ike. Okay, so this is just more warnings and prophecy, about Damascus. What city is Damascus in? I mean, what country? Ted?
Syria.
Yeah, right, Syria. And so, what would this in that time present shall be brought to Yahuwah of hosts from a people tall and smooth skinned? Who would that be? Tall and what does smooth skin mean, do you think? We know what tall is, but what's smooth skin? What would that mean? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm thinking it's in Kush. It said beyond the rivers of Kush. So is it possibly in Ethiopia or Syria? Not Syria. Well, when I think of smooth skin, I think about Yaqub was born smooth skin and Esau was a red hairy man.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure, I guess.
Whose land the rivers have divided.
Where are the rivers divided? Is that Egypt?
Wouldn't that be Egypt?
Mitzrayim?
Yeah. Tall and smooth skinned. I mean, it almost.
Not aliens. Better not.
I could be an alien.
Or demon. Yeah.
Right.
I hope not.
It seems to be like
Philistia was tall men, and the Philistine was tall men. Giants.
Well, swift messengers, people tall and smooth skinned. Maybe over some type of land divided by rivers. Maybe it's some type of envoy by sea. Coming from sea, which would be the Mediterranean Sea. I mean, it could be Alexander, Egypt, because that's a land divided by rivers. It could be maybe up into Europe, even maybe, right? Tall and smooth-skinned people. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Could it be a Hebraism? They refer to a certain type of person as being tall and smooth skin, like something to be admired.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that a lot of these, the Hebrew, especially up there in the northern, I don't think they were tall. I think they were kind of shorter people. You know what I mean? And so anybody would be, 6 foot, 5'10", and 6 foot and over would be considered tall to these people. They were probably anywhere from 5'5" to 5'8", I would imagine. back in this time. So this could be Egypt or Egyptian type people, but you would think if it was, it would mention it since it talks about Mitzrayim so much. But don't forget here, we're talking about Damascus. So this is concerning Damascus. It seems like these people here are like coming into that area of Damascus and overtaking it, a nation mighty and trampling, whose land the rivers are divided. See, so they would be coming through Damascus, trampling it over to a place that of the name of Yahuwah would be Israel, down into Mount Zion, which is Mount Moriah, right? And so it seems that it would be European people to me, from Europe. Maybe white-skinned people. Maybe that's what smooth skin means. I don't know. But Europeans would definitely have been taller than these Mid-Easterners, especially at this time. And they still are. If you ever notice it, if you ever see them on TV, you can see they're short even now. So anyway, I don't think that's that important, but it's interesting. Anybody have thoughts, comments, questions? Got one opening here for somebody. I don't know who we lost. Oz. He's probably having problems, I bet, up here in Canada.
My battery's about to die, so just in case, I love everybody and Shabbat Shalom. But I'll be here it's on 13%, so just in case. All right.
Plug in, man. Plug it in, David. Plug in.
All right, I'll be back. Hold on, I'm gonna get my plug.
Phyllis, ask Lou, man. See there?
Oh, ask him what?
I mean, he highlighted this tall and skin. Maybe he knows who it is. He highlighted it.
Well, he might be.
I mean, he put it in bold letters.
Let me go ask him real quick. Yeah, he was taking a nap. Let me see if he's awake.
Yeah, he put it in bold letters, so maybe he knows who it is. I guess Europeans, but I might be wrong. All right, so we need a reader for 19. See, all the males have read in here except for Chance. Chance, are you there? The Mississippi is not the true Nile. Mount Nemo and Moab are not in Utah. Okay, let's get real here. That's false teaching. This was all happening over in the Middle East. It's when this was written. It couldn't have been written back in the first century and before the first century. People wouldn't even know the United States existed yet. That's silliness. That's just settlers going over to another area and naming stuff after their homeland. That's all that is. I don't know why people start all those silly rumors like that. Get everybody confused. Chance, you ain't there? Chance. Earth to Chance. Houston, we got a problem. Chance is not responding. All right, I need a reader for 19. The message concerning Mitzrayim. So isn't that interesting? So now it's the message concerning Mitzrayim. So these tall and smooth-skinned people, I don't think, are Mitzrayim then. It's got to be somebody up above Damascus. So what's up above Damascus? Asia or Europe. All right, well, this row, who wants to read it?
Oh, excuse me. Lou's going to
Yeah.
put an answer to the tall and skin and smooth skinned people. It apparently meant something because after we talked about it, he went, "Ah." So it's probably in the comments now.
I don't see it yet. If I see it, I'll post it. It's not there yet. All right, man. Give me a reader for 19. Keep an eye on the chat. Go ahead, Sandra.
The message concerning Mitzrayim, see, Yahuwah is riding on a swift cloud, and he shall come into Mitzrayim. And the idols of Mitzrayim shall tremble at his presence, and the heart of Mitzrayim melt in its midst. And I shall stir up Mitzrites against Mitzrites. They shall fight, each one against his brother, each one against his neighbor, city against city, reign against reign. And the spirit of Mitzrayim shall vanish within them, and I destroy their counsel. They shall seek the idols and the murderers and the mediums and the sorcerers. And I shall deliver the Mitzrites into the hand of a cruel master and a fierce sovereign to rule over them, declares Master Yahuwah Sabaoth. And Maim shall fall from the sea, and river wasted and dried up. And rivers shall stink, and the streams shall be weak and dried up. Reeds and rushes shall wither. Bare places by the river, by the mouth of the river, and every sown field by the river shall wither. It shall be driven away and be no more. And the fishermen shall lament, and all those who cast nets into the river shall mourn, and they who spread nets on the Maim shall pine away. And those who work in fine flax and those who weave fine fabric shall become ashamed, and its foundations shall be crushed. All wage workers grieved in being.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so obviously Yahuwah here is in Isaiah is introducing the judgment against Mitzrayim here, Egypt, now in this chapter. And Yahuwah is showing his people that they better not put their trust and hope in Mitzrayim or any other foreign nation. As he's explaining here that they're all going to be pretty much crushed and done away with, and they'll have no hope. Okay, so see the main theme continues through this chapter. Anybody got comments, thoughts, or questions on what she's read so far? Okay, then let's go ahead, Sandra.
The prince of Son have become fools. The prince of Nuff are deceived. They, the cornerstone of her tribes, have led Mitzrayim astray. Yahuwah has mixed a perverse spirit in her midst, and they have led Mitzrayim astray in all her work, as a drunkard strays in his vomit. And there is no work for Mitzrayim by either head or tail, palm branch, or bulrush. In that young Mitzrayim shall become like women and tremble in fear because of the waving of the hand of Yahuwah Sabaoth, which he waves over it. And the land of Yehudah shall be a fear to Mitzrayim. Everyone who mentions it fears for himself because of the counsel of Yahuwah Sabaoth, which he has counseled against it. In that yom, 5 cities in the land of Mitzrayim shall speak the language of Canaan and swear by Yahuwah Sabaoth. One is called the city of destruction. And in that yom, an altar to Yahuwah shall be in the midst of the land of Mitzrayim, and a standing column to Yahuwah at its border. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness to Yahuwah of hosts in the land of Mitzrayim, when they cry to Yahuwah, because the oppressors, he sends them a deliverer, and an Elohim, and shall deliver them. And Yahuwah shall be known to Mitzrayim, and the Mitzrites shall know Yahuwah in that yom, and make slaughtering and meal offering, and shall make a vow to Yahuwah and pay it. And Yahuwah shall smite Mitzrayim, smite it, and heal it. And they shall turn to Yahuwah, and he shall hear them and heal them. In that yom there shall be a highway from Mitzrayim to Asher, and Asher shall come into Mitzrayim, and Mitzrayim into Asher, and Mitzrayim shall serve with Asher. And in that yom, one of three with Mitzrayim and Asher, even a blessing in the midst of the arrest, whom Yahuwah Sabaoth shall bless, saying, blessed is Mitzrayim, my people, and Asher, my work of my hands, and Yisrael, my inheritance.
Okay. Anybody got any questions on everything she just read? Okay, just more unveiling of Yahuwah's judgment and deliverance, in the foreign nations. Is all that was, or just more of the same, right? Okay, who wants to read 20? It's just a continuation. Go ahead, Sandra. Keep going. It's a continuation of 19 anyway.
In the year of Tartan came Ashdod, when Sargon, the sovereign of Ashur, sent him. And he fought against Ashdod and took it. At that same time, Yahuwah spoke by means of YashaYahu, son of Amatz, saying, go, remove the sackcloth from your body. Take your sandals off your feet. And he did so, walking naked and barefoot. And Yahuwah said, as my servant YashaYahu has walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and for a wonder against Mitzrayim and Cush, so does the sovereign of Ashur lead away the captives of Mitzrayim and the exiles of Cush, young and old, naked and barefoot, with their buttocks uncovered, the shame of Mitzrayim. And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Cush, their expectation, and of Mitzrayim, their boast. And the inhabitant of the coastland shall say in that yom, see, such is our expectation, wherever we flee for help to be delivered from the sovereign of Ashur, and how do we escape?
All right. Anybody got any questions on that one? It's basically just a continuation of the judgment, destruction, judgment, and deliverance of the Israelites and the foreign nations. All right, give me a reader for 20.
So Brother Luke put in the notes the poetic phrasing.
Smooth skinned
people.
People of Egypt, rarely depicted with beards. Pharaohs wore artificial beards, yeah. Smooth skinned people without beards, that makes sense. It could be. Although 19 and 20 sends a message to Mitzrayim, 17 and 18 was about Damascus. But yeah, I mean, it could be. Maybe that's why he goes into Mitzrayim in 19. But that's a good point that they didn't have beards. That would make them smooth skin, wouldn't it? Okay, so smooth skin, and they wouldn't have beards or they weren't hairy. Like pretty smooth. They didn't have a lot of hairs on their arms and legs and on face. I could see that making them smooth skin. So yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, questions, comments? If not, somebody read 21. Tad, go ahead.
The message concerning the wilderness of the sea. As whirlwinds in the south sweep on, so it comes from the wilderness, from an awesome land. A distressing vision is revealed to me. The treacherous betrays, and the ravager ravages. Go up, Edom. Besiege, Media. All the groaning I bring to an end. Therefore my loins are filled with anguish. Pangs have seized me, like the pangs of an Asha in labor. I was distressed when I heard it. I was troubled when I saw it. My heart reeled. Horror overwhelmed me. The Lailah for which I longed, he turned into fear for me. Prepare the table, spread the mat, eat and drink. Arise, you princes, anoint the shield. For Yahuwah has said this to me. Go, set a watchman. Let him declare what he sees. And he saw a chariot with a pair of horsemen, a chariot of donkeys, and a chariot of camels. And he listened attentively, very attentively. Then he cried, A lion, O Yahuwah! I stand continually on the watchtower in the daytime, and I have set up my post every Lailah. And see this, a chariot of men coming with a pair of horsemen. And he spoke up and said, Babel is fallen, and all the carved images of her mighty ones he has broken to the ground. Oh, my threshing and the grain of my floor, that which I have heard from Yahuwah Sabaoth, the Elohim of Yisrael, I have declared to you. The message concerning Duma. He calls to me out of Seir. Watchman, how much of the Lailah is past? Watchman, how much of the Lailah has passed? The watchman said, Morning came, and also the Lailah. If you inquire, inquire. Come again. The message concerning Arabia. In the forest in Arabia you stay, O you traveling companies of Dadanites, you who dwell in the land of Tema. Bring water to him who is thirsty. Meet the fugitive with bread. For they fled from the swords, from the drawn sword, from the bent bow, and from the stress of battle. For thus Yahuwah has said to me, within a year, according to the year of a hired man, all the esteem of Kedar shall come to an end. And the rest of the number of archers, the mighty men of the people of Kedar, shall be few. For Yahuwah, Elohim of Yisrael, has spoken.
Okie dokie. So thanks, Dad. So there we go. I mean, there's just more of the same. So as you can see, this section of Isaiah here unveils the full dimensions of Yahuwah's judgment and deliverance to the nations. And it just continues on. And Lou's saying, read 1925. Whom Yahuwah Zeboeth shall bless, saying, Blessed is Mithriam, my people, and Asher, the work of my hands, and Yisrael, my inheritance. To me, let me see. All right, let me see. Asher would be I guess Asher. It looks like Asher's like over by is part of Babylon. That's what it looks like. The Tigris River flows east of Asher. Asher is founded the cities of Nineveh Rehoboth, Kala, and Rezin. So it would be, let me see, hang on a minute. I'm going to show y'all something. This is important. Hang on a minute. I'm going to try to share screen this. See if it's over here. Okay. I hate when that does that. Hang on a minute. See if I can get that. I'm not sure if it's going to come up or not. We'll see. Is that it? Nah.
So, Brother Mark, you know, the land, the rivers divide reminds me of those 4 rivers coming out of Eden, which we know is not really here on earth. So I'm kind of like, whose land the rivers desired? So what was the land eastward of Eden?
Well, I'm trying to show it to you right now. I'm going to share screen this. Here it goes. All right, hang on. Okay. Let me see. I don't know if y'all can see this or not. Nah, pretty small. But anyway, what I want you to see is this right here would be the Red Sea. Okay, right here. And so
you're gargling bad, Brother Mark.
Oh, shit.
I don't want to rain on his parade, but I think he's talking about the entire land grant that that Israel was actually supposed to have was a lot bigger than what they have right now.
Oh.
The entire promised land. I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see the yellow part?
Yeah.
Okay, so the yellow part here is Egypt, and it's really the promised land. See what I'm saying? So that what they call Egypt, you see right down through the center of that yellow part where Egypt is, there's the Nile River. So everything to the right or to the east of the Nile, all the way over to Euphrates, is the promised land. So part of what they're calling Egypt is Israel. Did you see that? That's why Yahuwah is saying that. That's why he's saying, blessed is Mitzrayim, my people, because what they're calling it Egypt is Israel on the east side of that Nile in the yellow part. And then you see it goes all the way up to the top there. That's Asher, that yellow part. So Egypt, it's saying that Egypt, there'll be a highway from Egypt to Asher, going all the way from Egypt across the Nile, all the way up the Mediterranean coastline, all the way up there to Asher. And then Asher is responsible for the red, the green, the purple there. Okay, so those are the different cities or areas, Nineveh and Rehoboth and Rezin, that the Asher was responsible, for creating, All right, so that's what's going on right there. Everybody see it? I mean, is that clear enough? I can't get it any bigger. I don't know why. Wait a minute. Nah, that ain't doing that neither.
I've got quite a few bigger ones, but I forgot how to do all that share green stuff, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, does everybody understand what I'm saying, though? You see the yellow?
It's the actual land grant that Yahuwah promised Abraham in the beginning that he described that went from this river to this river over to here. It actually describes this entire block of land that you're showing here. Yes, it's much bigger than Israel has now.
Right. So all the yellow on the left side of the Nile is Egypt, but all the land on the right side of the Nile, okay, is Israel. And if you can see as you go across there at the top, that's the Red Sea, or the Sea of Reeds. It's that little, like a little river right there. That's where they crossed. So they came out of that city up there at the top, Memphis. That's where they were living when they were slaves. They're up there by Memphis or on the Mediterranean Sea at the top. And they left there. They went straight across the Sea of Reeds right there, and which is that little river up above the Red Sea, and that's where they crossed. Okay, over. They were in the Promised Land soon as they crossed the Nile out of Memphis. See what I'm saying now? Everybody get that? All right.
Yeah, he's saying that it says it right there. There'll be one with three. They'll all be the same. It's all because it is Israel.
Right.
All of the land was what was given to them by Yahuwah.
Exactly.
And so it will be Yisrael.
Right. That's why it says, blessed is Egypt, my people, and Asherah, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance, because that all of that is Israel. See what I'm saying? All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions at this point? I hope everybody's picking up what I'm laying down on that. I wish I'd had a better map to show you, but I think you were able to understand that and see it. And no other comments, thoughts, or questions? All right, well, give me a reader then. Where are we at? 22? You read 21, didn't you, Tad? I kind of got lost. You read 21. So
yes, I read 20. Yes, I read 21.
Yeah, give me a reader for 22. So, Sandra, go ahead.
So is Chance back yet?
Chance, are you there? Chance. Earth to Chance. Earth to Chance. Are you there? Uh-oh, Houston, we have a problem. Chance cannot be located. He's spinning out of control. Where is he? We have a problem, Houston. I guess he's not there. Sandra, you want to read?
Yes. Okay. The message concerning the Valley of Vision. What troubles you now that you have all gone up to the housetops? You who are filled with turmoils, I know it's a city of revelry. Your slain are not slain with the sword, nor the dead in battle. All your rulers have fled together without a bow. They were taken captive. All who are found in you are bound together, who have fled from afar. Therefore I said, look away from me. Let me weep bitterly. Do not try to comfort me because of the ravaging of the daughter of my people. For it is a yom of uproar and treading down, perplexity by the master Yahuwah Sabaoth. In the valley of vision, breaking down of a wall, and of crying in the mountain. And Ayalam bore the quiver with the chariots of men and horsemen, and Kir bare the shield. And it shall be that your choicest valleys shall be filled with chariots, and the horsemen shall take up positions at the gate. Then he removed the covering of Yehuda, and you looked in that Yom to the weapons of the house of the forest, and you saw the breaches of the city of Daud, which is that it was great. And you gathered together the Maim of the lower pool, and you counted the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses you broke down to strengthen the wall.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so it should be pretty obvious now to everybody. It says the message concerning the valley of vision. So what would be, where's the valley of vision? Where's the valley of vision? What's this talking about? Is he still talking about the foreign nations here or no?
Is he talking about the future?
Nope.
Oh.
Well, so Mark, the message concerning the valley of vision.
Ted got his hand up.
I think he's talking about the valley of Hinnom, better known as Armageddon. And this is speaking about he says he removes the covering of Yehuda in that Yom to the weapons of the house of the forest. I think this is talking about right at the Battle of Armageddon, if I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, the Valley of Vision is definitely symbolic. It's a symbolic name for Jerusalem, and this is definitely about Jerusalem and Israel, and it's definitely a prophecy. I think I wouldn't say definitely, but more than likely, this is a prophecy referring to the destruction of Jerusalem, whether it be at Armageddon or through the Babylonians or the Assyrians. I don't know. It could be any of the three. And it could be that it's the destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians, which we know happened in 586 BC, right? Or even the Assyrians when they attacked in 711 BC. But it could be literally that, and then spiritually, it could be the Battle of Armageddon. Spiritually, it's hard to say. But the main point here is that the Valley of Vision is Jerusalem, and it definitely is this is part of the prophecy that's about Israel and Jerusalem, and it about the destruction. Okay, so it's not really talking about the nations here in 22. It's actually focusing on Israel itself now and Jerusalem. Everybody seeing that? Any thoughts, comments, or questions at this point? Go ahead,
so you mean Yeshua and Yehuda, right? Is talking about? Is that what you mean?
Jerusalem and Israel.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that Jerusalem is the capital city, separate from the 10 tribes. Okay,
right. Well, it's part of Yehuda, but he always refers to Jerusalem by itself.
Yeah. Okay, I understand better.
Because that's where he chose to put his name. It's actually, in other words, out of the entire world, that's the land Yahuwah claims as his own. That area in Jerusalem, Mount Moriah, he says, that's mine. I'm going to put my name there. That's my spot. In the whole world, that's where he wanted to live for whatever reason. That's why it's so powerful to go there. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was going to ask, so is that because our mother, the heavenly Jerusalem above, is why he put his name in the, what you call, carbon copy Jerusalem? Is that possible?
I say that again.
Okay. So Jerusalem above is where is a scripture that said that's our mother, the New Jerusalem. And so he put his name on the carbon copy earthly Jerusalem because it's a foreshadow of the New Jerusalem. Could be.
Yeah, could be.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that the new city that's coming down from Yahuwah is going to be the New Jerusalem, right? You know. So yeah, and I see what you're saying. I mean, it's reasonable. Anybody else? Comments or thoughts or questions? Phyllis is having a hard time staying on.
Must be her birds.
Her birds are messing with her antenna. All righty. Hallelujah. 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 Come on back, Phyllis. We're waiting on you. All right, Sandra, let's continue on. Oh, can't hear you.
YashaYahu 22, verse 11. And you dug a ditch between the two walls for the water of the old pool, but you have not looked to its maker, nor have you seen him who fashioned it long ago. And in that yom, the master Yahuwah Sabaoth called for weeping and for mourning, for baldness and for girding with sackcloth. Then see, joy and gladness, slaying oxen and keeping sheep, eating meat and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. And it was revealed in my hearing by Yahuwah Sabaoth, for this crookedness shall certainly not be pardoned until you die, said the master Yahuwah Sabaoth. Thus said the master Yahuwah Sabaoth, go, come to the steward, to Shebna, who is over the house, and say, what have you here? And whom have you here? That you have hewn a tomb here, as he who hews himself a tomb on high, cutting out a resting place for himself in a rock. See, Yahuwah is hurling you away, O man, and is firmly grasping you, rolling you up tightly like a ball into a wide land. There you shall die. There you are to die, and there your esteemed chariots are to be the shame of your master's house. And I shall drive you from your office, and you shall be ousted from your position. And it shall be in that yom that I shall call my servant Eliakim, son of Kilkiyahu, and I shall put your robe on him and strengthen him with your girdle and give your authority into his hand. And he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Yehudah. And I shall place the key of the house of Daoud on his shoulder. And he shall open and no one shuts. And he shall shut and no one opens.
Okay, hang on a minute. So here we go to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Yehudah here. And I shall place the key of the house of Daud on his shoulder, and he shall open and no one shuts, and shall shut no one opens. What's this talking about? I shall put your robe on him and strengthen him with your girdle and give your authority into his hand, and he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the house of Yehudah. What is that talking about? Placing the key of the house of Daud on his shoulder. He shall open and no one shuts, and shut and no one opens. Tad?
Talking about the coming of Yahusha.
Sure is. The coming of Yahusha. Is that the first coming or the second coming?
Second coming, right? I think.
Well, context. I don't know, like Mark said. That's what we have to figure out. Is it the first or the second?
Oh, that's the first. Because they shall hang on him at the weight of his father's house, the offspring and the offshoots, all vessels of small quantity. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't get that far.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I was going to say in Revelations 3, I think it's verse 6 through 8, it talks about, Yahushua talks about he will open unto us one of those assemblies. He said he will open unto them and no man could shut. But I think the key of the house of Dawood on his shoulder would be his name, which would be Yahushua, because the key of knowledge is his name.
The key of the house of Dawood on his shoulder could be the name. Right.
And I think it's another scripture that he'll open unto us. Something about he's going to pour his ruach unto us and open unto us, and no man can shut it.
Well, if we take 22:22 in mind,
okay.
Go to Revelations 3.
Okay.
So we go to Revelations chapter 3:7. And to the messenger of the assembly of Philadelphia write, he who is set apart, he who is true, he who has the key of Dawood, he who opens and no one shuts, and shuts and no one opens. Okay, so that's a direct reference to Isaiah 22:22, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It says he has, he who is set apart and who is true and who has the key of Dawood. I shall place the key of the house of Dawood on his shoulder. So what does that mean? It's obviously an Hebrew idiom. Go ahead, Ted.
I don't remember where, but somewhere he tells Dawood that the rulership would never cease from his line. And Yahushua comes from his line. And so this is what he's speaking of, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. So the key of Dawood, or the key of the house of Dawood, would be the rulership of the king. In other words, he rules. He's the ruler, sitting on the throne of Dawood. If he has the key to the house of Dawood, that means he's the rightful owner. He lives there. That's his house, his throne, which would be the authorship of the sovereign, right? Sitting on the throne of Dawood. Okay, everybody seeing that?
So is that the same thing as the scepter of righteousness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same. Okay, so that's talking about Yahushua for sure. So to me, this is the first coming. I mean, you got to remember, he hasn't came yet. This is way back in Isaiah. But, Isaiah talks about the end times and the second coming, of course. But, we'll go ahead and finish reading it, and then maybe we can decide what it is. But, he talks about the second coming back in chapter 12, remember? And even the day of Yahuwah in chapter 13. So I think this is the first coming. Let's go ahead and finish reading it and see if we can figure that out. Go ahead, Sandra.
And I shall fasten him like a peg in a steadfast place. And he shall become a throne of esteem to his father's house. And they shall hang on him all the weight of his father's house, the offspring and the offshoots, and all vessels of small quantity, from the cups to all the jars. In that yom, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth, the peg that is fastened in the steadfast place shall be removed, and be cut down and fall, and the burden that was on it shall be cut off, for Yahuwah has spoken.
Okay.
Wow.
So to me, then that sounds like the death of Yahushua, and I think this is the first coming. This is speaking of the first coming. Did everybody in agreement to that?
Oh yeah, it's like a steak. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the pig.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because it talks about those burdens. So that's when his first coming is when he when he bled and for all of our sins and transgressions, took that burden away from us.
Right. And of course, it's packed with Hebrew idioms here too.
Yeah.
I think for sure we can safely say that this is speaking of the first coming of Yahusha, and it's talking about the destruction of Israel and Jerusalem, which I think then would be prior to the first coming. So then this Valley of the Vision prophecy here in Isaiah must be talking about Israel and Jerusalem, referring to the destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians in 586 BC, or even the Assyrians in 711 BC. But I think that's probably what's going on here, because shortly, right after there, then the prophecy definitely speaks of the first coming. I think this prophecy is describing how the king of Yehuda better prepare himself for an invasion from the north. Right? Setting the watchmen on the walls of Jerusalem, secure the water supply, stock the food, repair the walls. Right? So Isaiah is prophesying and telling the king that he's not seeing, the king ain't seeing what's going on, the bigger picture. So Yehuda's valley of judgment, or will be the valley of vision here, to restore them from their spiritual blindness, basically. All right. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions about that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Could you remind me the reference in Revelation? Was it chapter 3, verse? We were just talking in Revelation.
Yeah, it's about the Philadelphia assembly. Yeah, that would be Revelations 3:7.
7. Thank you.
Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, questions?
So, Reverend, I'm kind of going out on a limb because just based on these words, but they could be in offspring and the offshoots reminds me of in Romans chapter 11, where he's going to engraft them in again. That's kind of what I was, because he's talking about vessels of small quantity from the cups of all jars. So he's really talking about the gathering of nation of all the nations now, right?
And they shall hang on him all the weight of his father's house. That means all the responsibility. The offspring and the offshoots. So the offspring would be the natural branches. The offshoots would be the wild branches engrafted in. All vessels of small quantity. We're vessels. So even the most smallest, the least important vessel, from the cups to all the jars, from the least to the greatest. Seeing it?
Okay. Yep, I see that. And then the weights on his father's house, that's like our sins and the iniquity that Yahuwah had against us. That was all put up on Yahusha, our Passover lamb.
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
Okay.
Spiritually, that could be. That's great insight. I didn't even see that. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions?
All esteem to Yahusha.
All right. It just our last chapter for today is going to be chapter 23, and then we'll stop the study. So, who wants to read the last chapter for the day? Sharon, you haven't read anything. You're about the only one on here that hasn't read yet, except for Chance. Chance, calling Chance, Earth to Chance. Houston, we got a problem. Chance is missing. We lost communication. All right, Sharon, would you like to do it? Go ahead, Ike.
I did.
Oh, okay, 23. The message concerning Sor. How your ships of tarnish For it has been destroyed without house, without harbor, in the land of Kittim. It has been revealed to them. Be silent, you inhabitants of the coastland, you merchants of Sidon. You passed over the sea, they filled you, and on great Mayam, the grain of Shekar, the harvest of the river, was her increase, and she was a marketplace for the nations. Be ashamed, Sidon, for the sea has spoken, the stronghold of the sea, saying, I have not labored, nor brought forth children, neither have I reared young men, brought up maidens, like the report of Natsarim. They too are grieved at the report of Sar. Pass over to Tarshish. Wail, you inhabitants of the coastland. Is this your city of refinery, whose antiquity is from Yemen of old, whose feet carried her far off to sojourn, who has counseled this against Sur, the crowning city, whose merchants are chiefs, whose traders are the esteem of their reps. Yehovah Sabaoth has concealed it to defile the pride of all the splendor and to shame all the esteem of their reps. Overflow through your land like the river, O daughter of Tarshish. There is no more strength. He has stretched out his hand over the sea. He shook the reins. Yahuwah has given a command against Canaan to destroy its strongholds. And he said, never again shall you exult, O you oppressed maiden daughter of Sidon. Arise, pass over to Kittim. Even there ye shall find no rest. See the land of Chaldeans. These people did not exist. Asher founded it for wild beasts of the desert. Desert. They set up their siege towers. They demolished her places and made her a ruin. How, you ships of Tarshish, for your stronghold is laid waste. And in that Yom it shall be that Sur is forgotten 70 years, according to the Yamin of one sovereign. At the end of 70 years, it shall be to Sur as the song of the whore taken a lyre. Go about the city, you forgotten whore. Make your sweet plain, sing many songs, so that you might be remembered. And at the end of 70 years, it shall be that Yahuwah visits Sur, and she shall return to her hire, commit whoring with all the reins of their wrecks on the face of the soil. And our goods and our hire shall be set apart for Yahuwah, not treasured nor laid up, for her grain is for those who dwell before Yahuwah, to eat sufficiently, and for a choice covering.
Okay, so thank you, Ike. So this chapter 23 then obviously is prophesying about Zor, which is the city Tyre now in today's time. Okay, so it's Tyre. It's in Lebanon, about 50 miles south of Beirut. And back in this day, when it was called Sor, it was it was a commercial like trade port, okay, and the most valuable export was its purple dye. We can't get. They say that purple dye is not available anymore; it's totally gone. So they got the purple from the sea there. It was some type of a snail, some type of Croatian snail. I think it was a snail or a clam or something, and they would harvest that. and then they would make the color purple, get the purple dye from there. Scripture talks about this woman Paul and them met, that was a dealer of this purple dye. I don't know if y'all recall that. I think it's in Acts. And Luke talks about his zitzits being purple because of this purple dye that was available back then, which I said it's not available anymore because I guess all these seashell creatures, whatever it was, they're all extinct, so you can't get this particular color purple anymore. And it was a very wealthy and powerful city, had a lot of influence. Of course, it was a sea-bearing city. And so in this chapter 23 here, remember in Ezekiel 28, when we read it, it's talking about the king of Zor, remember? What I said was the type or foreshadow of the anti-Mashiach in Ezekiel 28. And so this here, chapter 23 is all talking about the Zor, telling it to howl for your ships of Tarshish, for it has been destroyed without house, without harbor. So I'm saying, so it's a seaport, very powerful, very wealthy city in that day. And so this is speaking of this city, Zor, being forgotten for 70 years. And then after 70 years, Yahuwah will remember it. And then later on, Zor, which is the modern city Tyre, located in Lebanon, will be a prostitute. The Zor will prostitute itself to the world's kingdoms, become a prostitute to the world kingdoms. So that's what this is all about. Is there any comments, thoughts, or questions about chapter 23? And it's like I said, you can connect chapter 23 to Ezekiel 28 that we read earlier. Okay. Go ahead, Ted.
Just real quick, I keep wondering what it talks about Sor, but then it talks about pass over to Tarshish a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
How you ships of is this like a place that they were, another place that they had moved to, done business with? Where exactly was that? Because it talks about Tarshish, for it has been destroyed without house, without harbor.
I think this Tarshish is where they used to sail to. So you ships of Tarshish, how you ships of Tarshish has been destroyed without house, without harbor. From the land of Kitam, it has been revealed to them. So I think this Tarshish was also, a wealthy seaport, but a distant seaport or some type of region or country somewhere across the Mediterranean Sea from Israel.
Okay, yeah, because it says pass over to Tarshish, wail you inhabitants of the coastland. So
right.
Okay.
So this Tarshish, we see this appear in Scripture quite a few times. Really, is a source of wealth. Remember, it was the destination for Jonah as well. Remember in Jonah, and it was a destination for Jonah, a source of wealth during King Solomon's rule. It was known for its abundance of silver and iron and tin and metals. The King Solomon's wealth, source of his wealth, and Jonah fled to Tarshish from Nineveh, remember, on a boat, and it headed for Tarshish, which would make us believe that they were heading westward, on that. He was heading westward, so it would have been somewhere on the Mediterranean Sea, on the coast, west. It would have to be west, of Israel. And
somewhere around Greece, maybe.
maybe, or even farther, maybe over to even farther away. But Tarshish was also him and Javan. Havan was sons of I think the great grandson or something of Noah, and that's what that seaport was named after. But let me see. Go to 1 Kings 9:6. Go to 1 Kings, y'all. So 1 Kings 9 would be page 372. Page 372. 9:26. And Sovereign Solomon built a fleet of ships at Geber, which is near Eloth, on the shore of the Sea of Reeds in the land of Edom. And Kiram sent his servants with the fleet, seamen who knew the sea, to work with the servants of Solomon. And they went to Ophir and took 420 talents of gold from there and brought it to King Solomon. So I think this, like I said, was part of Solomon's, where Solomon's would key up there. And that if you look there, and then over at 1022, right next door there, it says, and all the drinking vessels of sovereign Solomon were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of refined gold, not of silver. For this was reckoned of little value in the days of Solomon. The silver was as popular as common rocks in Solomon's day. For the sovereign had ships of Tarshish at sea with the fleet of Kiram. Once every 3 years, the ships of Tarshish came bringing gold and silver, ivory, apes, and baboons. And sovereign Solomon was greater than any of the sovereigns of the Eretz in riches and wisdom. See that? So Tarshish was a port used, frequently by Solomon to bring these riches. Solomon was very rich. He was a very powerful sovereign. I don't know. There's, I think Tarshish also refers to like a refinery or something, where things are smelted, where they basically melt down gold, silver, whatever, and make things out of it. So I think it also refers to that. So that maybe there was some type of finery or melting pot, oven type stuff there at that seaport as well. So maybe it was named because of that, or maybe it was named Tarshish because after, the great grandson of Noah. I don't know. More than likely because it was some type of refinery. Because I don't know. I couldn't really tell you that. That's about all I know about it, really. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra, you had something?
I'm kind of not sure, but I'm looking at this verse 11 where he said he stretched out his hand over the sea and he shook the reins. So all of the rulerships that were sea-bearing and prospering in that, Yahuwah has given command against Canaan to destroy its strongholds. So in other words, Canaan were looking toward them as a stronghold, providing for them, and he struck them. That's what it sounded like to me, including Tarshish. Now it could have been also, I think Shalomo sent a lot of ships out, and he sent one to Carthage up in northern Africa too. So I don't know. I was kind of getting that.
Yeah, Solomon sailed to America.
Yeah.
Brazil. The Solomon mines were worldly famous. He was, after Solomon died, all those outposts and seaports and all that stuff that they were out bringing all these metals in back and stuff, stopped, and that's how the Israelites got stranded in the Americas, because all them ships quit after Solomon, died. And so they all got stranded there. And that's where they went up and they started mingling and breeding with the native people up into the Indians and stuff in North America. And that's where that Lost Luna stone in New Mexico come from. It's a gate stone. That's where they were commanded to put the 10 Commandments on the gates and on the doorpost of their homes. And so that's why that's there. That's a gate stone. It leads up to what they call a hidden mountain over there. And you got to walk uphill, and you go way up through this rocky ravine, and you go around the backside of that mountain up onto the flat. The mountain's flat up there, and up there's where they had their village. Of course, they took the Native Americans as wives and husbands and so forth and so on. Probably mostly wives, probably more men there than women, I'm sure. Speaking of the Israelites. Okay, they were all over the place. They even have signs of them being in Ohio, in different other parts of the United States, up into Iowa. That even the name Iowa says Yahuwah. That I-O is Yah. And then the Wa, the W is a U. And then the A is a Ah. So it's Yahuwah. That's how you say Iowa. It's really not Iowa, is it? It's Yahuwah. Native American. That's why the Native Americans would chant. They said they would say the Great Spirit in the sky. Well, where did they learn that from? Yeah, they learned that from the Israelites. So yeah, they would dance around there and praise and worship Yahuwah. YashaYahu. They'd be dancing around there praising and worshiping him, man. Any comments, thoughts, questions on today's study? Anything at all on today's study or last night's study? Anything about last night you want to talk about? We're going to stop right here then, and we'll pick up next week in Isaiah 24. Don't miss it, man. It's powerful stuff. I mean, all from 24 on, Isaiah is mind-blowing. And when we get to 40 through 66, that's my favorite part of Isaiah. So you don't want to miss any of these next studies, because they're extremely powerful.
Awesome.
Anybody else? Any comments, thoughts, questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Today's study's over then. Chance, are you there? Earth to Chance. Houston, we got a problem. Chance is still lost. We need to send up another rocket. Contact Elon Musk. Let's get a rocket shot up there. We need to find Chance. All right, y'all. That's it for the day. Thanks for being here. Love all of you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you.
I have a request of Sandra. Can you sing some? Hold on, let me find it. Oh dear. You know how it is when you lose your marker. Okay. Can you sing for us some where it says, lift up your head, O ye gates? Oh, I just had it. It's like
I'm gonna grab. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna grab something to eat, but I want to say I love everybody. Shabbat shalom, and I will see you next week. I love you guys so much. Appreciate you all. Shabbat shalom.
Cool, oh my goodness, I had it. It was on page 650 to 651.
I think it was Psalm 24 that you had in the chat room. Was it Psalm 24?
That's it. That's thank you so much. Yeah, lift up your gates. Psalm 24. Thank you so much. I don't know how much of that you could sing. It's short. We can't hear you. Sandra?
We are red, belong to Yahuwah, and all that fills it, the world and those who dwell in it. For he has founded it upon the yawning and upon the mind he does establish it. Who does go up into the mountain of Yahuwah, and who does stand in his set apart place? He who has innocent hands and a clean heart, who did not bring his life to naught, and did not swear deceivingly. He receives a blessing from Yahweh and righteousness from the Elohim, Yahweh of his deliverance. This is the generation of those who seek him. Yahu, who seeks your face. Say la. That means truly. Lift up your heads, you gates. Be you lifted up, you everlasting doors, and let the sovereign of esteem come in. I mean, open your heart, your mind, your being. Who is the sovereign of esteem? Yahweh, strong and mighty. Yahweh, mighty. Lift up your head, you gate. Even lift up, you everlasting doors. Let the sovereign of us come in. Who is the sovereign of us? Yahuwah Sabaoth is the sovereign of us. Say hallelujah. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. I was so blessed by that. Thank you. And I want to say that I have received a healing, and I was prayed for, and the healing was granted. I just wanted to give all esteem to Yahuwah, and praise Yahusha. Thank you. Something's gone wrong with my mic. Oh, your mic is off, Sandra. Okay.
Oh, I was just saying thank you. Thank you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. That's beautiful. Hallelujah. Thank you for sharing.
Well, everybody, it's been wonderful to see everybody after so long. It's nice to. I've been walking too close to the world of late, and so. But there's no need to talk about that. We talk about what brings us back out. And that's Yahuwah. So yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, and and hopefully we'll see you again sometime real soon.
Hey, Ted.
Yes.
Been real nice seeing you, man. Glad you came on.
Well, yeah, like I said, I was just telling everybody I've been walking too close to the world, but there's no need to talk about that. It's what brings you back out, and and that's what I'm attempting to do, kind of again.
No, you don't.
You get a little burnt. You get a little burnt, but you learn some things, and I'm trying to do somewhat like Paul did, and become as to be as to get those people, But sometimes you can get a little too close, which is in my case. And I'm not going to go into details about all that, but
Brother Tad, you left a big empty spot. We all missed you.
we're all still here. We're all still
Mom
here,
too. Mom too.
and we still praise Yahuwah, and we still esteem Him, and obviously don't follow the ways and the holidays and things ever. That'll always be just. It was nice seeing everybody, and just getting back into the Word a little bit more. I appreciate it. We love you all so much.
I'm glad to see you. Just remember, a righteous man might fall 7 times, but get up and keep on going. I'm glad you brought it out.
Well, yeah. Like I said, we won't talk about that. It's what brings us back. That's what we'll talk about. That's Yahuwah. Yahushua brings you back.
I found my wooden spoon. What? I found my wooden spoon. Oh, it's echoing. Everybody's spoon. It's echoing, Mark.
Just don't use it on Lou.
I see the joy in your face, which makes it so heartfelt. And thank you for coming back.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because of course, we've not forgotten.
We need him. We want him. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mary.
I've been watching pretty much quite a long, even though he was here, but I didn't get on and talk with everybody. But I've been watching. It's been nice. And I love seeing Miss Phyllis there. Your hair is coming back. That's nice. I'm sure you're glad of that. And just praise Yahuwah for being at your side and helping you through.
Yeah.
You're looking very lovely yourself. I'm very glad to see you also.
Thank you. Thank you. So glad to see you all. I'm going to go take a snappy nap.
And it was really, really nice to, like I said, to see everybody, but I kind of missed hearing Sandra's songs too. So thank you, Miss Sandra. So that was very much appreciated.
I know.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, you can turn pretty much any kind of scripture, though it might not flow or rhyme. You can kind of pretty much take it and make it into some sort of song. So it's a talent you have.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, it's a prayer He answered. All the
talent you've been given. Yes, it's a talent you've been given. So, but anyway, bye, y'all.
We love you both. We love you both.
Love all you guys.
Love you all.
Take care and Shabbat Shalom.
Snap.
Shalom.
Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
Hashem Yahuwah, yes.
You're beautiful, Lottie. Thank you for singing.
Thank you.
Careful.
I got this, and I just got to say it, and I don't know who it's for, whatever, but I do kind of, because I heard something about a couple weeks ago. Somebody said something about high blood pressure, and the next day I get high blood pressure. Take cayenne pepper will lower if you have high blood pressure, and if you have low blood pressure, it'll raise it. So, and I use it in my tea because I've come off coffee, but I've gotten into a little bit of decaf tea in the last couple of days, and I put like a tablespoon of cayenne pepper for circulation, because that's what I need is circulation. But it has so many things for healing. So many. I can't hear you. You're mic'd. I see your lips move, but I can't hear you.
Who?
Sandra.
Oh, I was saying thank you for sharing that. I usually dump it in my coffee.
Yeah. Oh, it warms you up. It kind of stings a little bit in your mouth, but as soon as it goes down, you don't feel nothing. That's the highest vitamin C you can get, besides intravenous.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it stops a heart attack. It'll stop a stroke. You put it under the tongue. Yeah, it's got a lot of things. A lot. I carry some in my purse in case somebody needs it.
You can get it in capsules.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you can, but I don't know. This is what's her name? Oh, Barbara O'Neill. She's a naturalist, and yeah, she's been putting out a lot of videos lately on how to get well without going to a doctor. Anyway, I think I cannot. Did you want anything? Say anything, I?
No.
Where'd you go?
I'm right here. I just love you guys, and we'll talk to you next Shabbat.
Shalom. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem.
Is Mark?
We enjoy you so much.
Is Mark coming on, or are you going to be talking a little while?
You
Briefly, breastly, Brother Mark.
Y'all ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
We love each other, but if we visit too long, we get tired of each other. My daughter.
Well, okay then.
My daughter tells me that.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yisrael, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem. Baruch haba b'shem. Baruch haba b'shem. I love you all.
Yeah.
Okay, you all done?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Brother Mark.
All esteem to you, Shah. See you next week.
I love you. Thank you for doing this.
Quite welcome. Thank you.